Everyone, and welcome to the SBB Tracker Champs Day 2. My name is Monty DeVuti. I have the pleasure of once again being joined by Yukmouth. Yuck, how are you doing?
Doing great. We watched a lot of high-level action yesterday. We started with 24 players. That 24 has been now cut to what we have today, which is the top 8. And if you like day 1 tournament, the day 2 tournament, you have to love it, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, let's remind everyone what exactly the SBB Tracker Champs is by taking a look at the little info slide that we do have about the event. As you mentioned, 24 players started championship, as well as some replacements from the top of the leaderboard for those that weren't able to make it this weekend. They are competing for a $3,000 prize pool, which is, of course, being decided today with $1,000 going to first place. Yesterday, we saw those 24 players play in 7 rounds to decide who our top 8 was going to be. That top 8 advanced to today, which is when we're going to be playing this race format. If you've been watching Storybook Brawl competitively at all this year, you will already be familiar with the race format as it has been used for the top 8 of every single tournament. However, if you're not, Yuckmouth, just run us through this race format as we take a look at our top 8 leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the race format. And in the bigger tournaments, we do a 25-point race format typically. That's what we're going to be doing today. And so what that means is players need to accrue 25 points total with the normal point structure, which is 10 points for first place, 8 points for second place, etc. And when a player reaches 25 points, they become live. What that means is if they then win a lobby, if they get first place in a lobby after they are live, they will be the winner. So it'll take at least 3 games before we have the first player that's live when we're using a 25-point total. Sometimes it'll take 4 games, and we don't know how many games we're going to get today. That's part of the excitement. Once one player is live, every game could be the last game, but maybe it's not. Maybe somebody lower on the leaderboard can be spoiler and then make themselves live. So a lot of twists and turns that we might be able to watch and navigate through today. And yeah, I can't wait to see how many games we get to witness today and who's going to be able to take home the crown.
Yeah, I think the last 25-point race top 8 that I did went 8 rounds. So, and that was the maximum. Like in the last lobby, one person was not qualified and they had to win to keep it going for another round, and they did, and it went going. So, really exciting stuff. Definitely with the race format, you never know exactly what you're going to get. And you did get a good look at our top 8 players. Those are the 8 that we are going to be watching this weekend. Let's just go through those names once, just so you know exactly who we're following today. So I believe we have Aaron Gertler, Nuclear Goo, Witcher, Conquer, wait for Godot, Takimoto Haifuman, Pavlov, and Red Rain. So names that we've seen competing all year. Of course, I really just want to put a highlight on Nuclear Goo because this guy is unstoppable. We saw them qualify for the World Championship twice this year from two different seasonal championships. Come into this end of year tournament, feels like they haven't missed a beat. Top of the leaderboard at the end of the day with 4 first place finishes, I believe. Just absolutely ridiculous.
The only word I can think of here is impressive. It's I don't know. I'm looking for a better word. Even it's phenomenal. The the consistency to be able to continue to have this much success in big field tournaments, in smaller tournaments such as this that have high level players, seasonal championships. You know, like they're different animals. These different types of formats, and to be able to have success continually again, I'm just going to come back and say super impressive.
It really is. That level of dominance just it has to be marveled at. And as we are getting the first lobby ready to go, we should be getting into a game pretty shortly, not much longer. So don't you worry, we will be getting started with the first of our top 8 race as soon as we can. And we are going to be watching some really amazing high level storybook brawl action. As a reminder for those who may have missed the action yesterday, one of the really cool things happening this weekend is we're dealing with a new patch, Yuck. We got a patch that went into the beta client about a week and a half ago or so. And we did hear that it was going to come out before the weekend and did, in fact, end up releasing yesterday. So, pretty new experience for most of the players. Maybe some have a bit more practice than others if they played some of the beta patch, but it not always is what goes to live exactly what was in the beta. So it's hard to say that that preparation was the most valuable, but it is pretty incredible to see players competing in a brand new environment here the day after a patch.
Yeah, small correction here. Monty came out Friday, not yesterday.
Excuse me.
Yeah, but still, it was one day before the day one of the tournament started,
Right.
and it's a lot of new art in addition to new visuals. You know, I thought it would have a pretty significant impact on these players, and we can't say for sure if it did or not. We haven't talked to the players, but it didn't seem like it affected them too much. It didn't seem like players that we were spectating were being indecisive. It felt like they knew what they were doing. It seemed like they felt comfortable. If they weren't, they did a good job of fighting it. But yeah, it's got to be tough when things are changing right before a big and very important tournament. But you know, when you're some of the best players, you're probably going to be able to navigate that pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. Minor things may change. We, of course, saw a major change in the board, but I think for the players who really, it is safe to say, are professionals and at the top of the game, adaptation is a big part of that. So immediately adjusting to the board, understanding where the relevant information that they're used to seeing exists in the new setting and just processing it as quickly as they were previously and really showing that they can keep up with the changes. So it has been awesome to watch. Of course, we saw a lot of scam yesterday, and there was some talk between us about whether this is just a product of scam being good in the metagame, as it has been for quite a while now, or whether the fact that it is a new patch plays into it because when you don't really know what the best cohesive comps in a format may be, it sometimes is safe to fall back upon scam as a catch-all against whatever people may be doing.
I think there are a number of factors why we saw so much scam, but one of those I think has to be because of the quality of players. And the reason I say that is because I often say if plan A isn't working, go to plan B. Sometimes you can't tunnel vision on plan A. If your original game plan was to build a board of big stats, you know, people love to do that. Or if you were going for a specific treasure and you didn't find that, at least in a timely manner. Sometimes your best option is to then pivot into scam because it's something that you can do relatively quickly. And the good thing about that is when you start picking up the scam pieces, they play well just by themselves. Even if you don't have a cohesive total scam board, that one piece can still be effective. So it's a nice way to transition. And these players are going to understand when it's the right time to pivot away from their original plan and when not to, which is at least part of the reason why I think we've seen it so much.
Yeah, we definitely saw some very impressive pivots yesterday with the goal in mind of trying to make it to the next point breakdown threshold, whether it's surviving one spot, two spot, very much immediate next turn oriented plays, combat spell usage, and things like that. And it's going to be interesting to see how those same players shift their mindset when it comes to the race format, because as you mentioned, there is such a heavy emphasis on first place. It's no longer about getting consistent finish after consistent finish. At the end of the day, our winner is going to be the person that wins the last lobby played. And when your game plan is win or bust, that does change some decisions, because you do have to go for a bit more of that high roll, a bit more of hitting that all powerful composition in order to overcome what your opponents may be bringing.
I'm sure these players will be keeping an eye on the leaderboard to know where not only they stand, but also where everybody else stands. When you're down to top 8, it's the same players playing lobby after lobby. So if you know exactly where your opponents stand, you may play differently. We mentioned some of this yesterday when we got close to the top 8 and we got to say round 7. Sometimes you might be challenged by one specific player. Let's say the first player that goes live. Well, everybody's got to have their eyes on that player. And I think throughout the day, these players will be keeping an eye on that leaderboard and understanding how to use that information to the best of their ability.
Absolutely. And just to give everybody a quick update, we do have 12 of the players that have just stepped out to the bathroom. So as soon as they are back in their seats, we will get this lobby going. So don't you go anywhere. Yeah, I do want to talk about the patch a little more. As you said, a lot of art changes, a massive UI overhaul for the main board, but those are the aesthetic changes. Let's talk about some of the balance changes that we saw. One of the changes was to the hero Sphinx, and we haven't seen that change come into effect yesterday. It didn't really come into play. We didn't see many Sphinx picks, did we?
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable change. The change is that now when Sphinx drops below 20 health, it gets to see 2 spells in each shop, which is great. When Sphinx had that from the beginning of the game, it was super strong. But the reason it was super strong is because it allowed you to play experience more easily, which kind of then empowered the hero power even more. Right now, I don't know if it's going to be a priority from picking at the beginning of the game, but I could potentially see somebody playing It Was All a Dream and switching heroes into Sphinx late in the game. There could be some potential for that today.
Well, yeah, we do have hero selection, so we are going to be watching Nuclear Goo, our leaderboard leader overnight, as they choose between Morgan, Trophy Hunter, Phoenix Angel, and Pup. What are we picking for the first lobby?
Well, hold on. Phoenix Angel. Okay. Phoenix Angel is very consistent. Every time you level, you're going to get a free character, essentially. So it's good for tempo, as well as sometimes these characters you get are super strong. We're going to hop straight into a shop of Sure Shot Zebracorn, newly named from Rainbow Unicorn, and the Gruff. A decent spell in the shop, but it looks like not worth a lock here.
Yeah, it is curious whether Goo values the Genie's Wish or not. There is some division between players in terms of when you are or aren't locking the one mana spell. You do want to typically be casting a one mana spell on turn 2 if possible, but well, there it is. That's the dream, was the Shrink Drink. And perhaps the reason we didn't see the Genie's Wish lock the first time was because you would rather give yourself the chance to get that Shrink Drink or the Forbidden Fruit in your shop to guarantee that being ahead of the curve that players typically value in these spots.
Yeah, this is an amazing spell on this turn. You get the Shrink Drink. The shop itself is not amazing, but you're happy to have 3 characters here. Not only that, now you're able to lock a Blind Mouse that is only going to cost 1 for next turn. So it gives you maybe a little bit more flexibility next turn. And if we get this Kitty Cup per slate, it could be important because having 5 gold next turn could mean that we could potentially buy 3 characters. Not going to be the case, though. Not going to get the slate. Not going to win the fight. And we give up 4 glory to Pavlov, unfortunately.
Now, interestingly, there is a forbidden fruit here, so still the option to buy 3 units, fortunately, for nuclear goo, going up to 6 units, which you mentioned. And what we saw from Pavlov was the Rumpelstiltskin, not the 2.1 usage that we saw yesterday. We, of course, did see a Rumpelstiltskin game yesterday. And we were talking about how there's different philosophies of when to use the spinning gold. Pavlov not firing it off at 2.1 there, deciding to hold on to the spinning gold perhaps for a bit later on, like 4.0. Of course, Nuclear Goo with that Forbidden Fruit and the 1 gold Blind Mouse does go up to the fabled 6 units on 2.2. This is about as good of a start as you can hope for on any hero, considering typically 5 is the magic number on this turn.
Yeah, and not to mention, we're going to get a free character next turn when we level. So our economy is amazing. And speaking of economy, a kitty cup per slay only makes that even better. We unfortunately are going to lose another one so close. We are going to take a little bit of damage, but our position is still very strong here.
Yeah, and a White Stag, one of, if not the best 3 drops in the game in terms of tempo and how it pushes you ahead. Would you be surprised to see Goo pass up on this prize pick, considering the start that he's having?
I think you can go either way. You have a lot of options because you have 6 gold and you have things in your hand that you can sell. A lot of times on this turn, you're limited to buying out of whatever shop you're offered because refreshing the shop is just too expensive. Here, I think you could definitely buy out of this shop, and I would expect. And as we can see things being shuffled around, it looks like there are going to be some things purchased out of this shop. The Lucky is solid, the Prize Pig is solid, the Crafty Pear is okay. So a lot of options here. It looks like still deciding exactly how we want to spend our final 3 gold. It is going to be with the Lucky. Seems pretty solid. Great economy as we've already had. We continue to play into that.
Yeah, it looks like just letting the Crafty Pair go, but the Lucky and the Pig picked up. Unfortunately, that Falling Star is there, triggering the opponent's Donkey. So that is a bit of a problem, but despite that, it looks like the pig is going to be able to get the job done here against Takamoto, and that's going to be the first win for Nuclear Goo here. Pretty big win considering you got both the Lucky to die and the pig to live and survival. You have a lot of economy right now if you're a Goose seat.
Yeah, the donkey summoned a 0 attack character in the Sleeping Princess. That was a big help. I wouldn't mind at some point trying to find some experience here. And before we can do that, how about a baby root triple? It's not the best character, but I have to assume that we'd be happy to take that. Maybe we even work this Genie's Wish in there as we have picked up Wizard's Familiar as well. So let's see exactly what the order is going to be here. It looks like we are taking the baby root triple.
All right, Secret Stash, Jack's Jumping Beans, and the newly moved to level 2 Cursed Throne. Looking like the Jack's Jumping Beans to me. How do you feel?
Yeah, the solid choice. It's not great in late game, but we're still early enough that it's going to get some value. Maybe even helps protect that Prize Pig to give us even more value from it. And we are going to, in fact, play the Genie's Wish, which gives us a kidnap. So, yeah, characters everywhere. And as I mentioned, this is a hero that loves playing experience because if we can find experience, say, next turn, we will get a free character on top of being on level 4. So I wouldn't hate to see that if we're offered. We do see an early Nutcracker on our opponent, and we have to ask ourselves, Monty, is it too late? We're not even on level 4 yet. Is the Nutcracker too late?
That's a good question, and we don't actually know if that Nutcracker is permanent or not. Of course, it could be Mix-a-Wizzle like the Sporko that we're seeing on Nuclear Goose board. I'm curious whether that Nutcracker was permanent on the other side, as it is a pretty decent unit the earlier you get it. Of course, the Kidnap here from Nuclear Goo did hit the Spellweaver, so that is going to be the free unit obtained. And 3.0 is going to be what Nuclear Goo does this turn as they get ready for 4.0. You mentioned you get another good unit when you reach that level 4. So you do want to set up for that free unit and what you're going to be able to do with it. But at the moment, it just very comfortable sitting behind the stats that these stags are providing, using your extra economy from your prize pigs, and everything working out so far in this first game for Nuclear Goo.
Yeah, when you're on level 3.2, as we are here, or any of the point 0.2 situations where you're going to level the following turn, it can make for some interesting turns because you're already looking forward and thinking what you want next turn. And that sometimes leads to what can I do this turn to set up for that? So there could be some of that involved. You're obviously looking to pick up pairs, which we did pick up a stag pair here. We're pretty happy about that. We have 2 gold left. Maybe we're going to play a spell here somewhere. No, we are actually going to pick up a support. Pretty solid support when we have the 2 stags.
Yeah, and the Luna's Grace. Not surprised to see that at the last moment. Ring of Meteors from the opponent being combined with that Darkwood Creeper. This is one of the nicer combos in the game. And gotta mention, a very early Heartward Guardian over there for Witcher with the trees that they are buffing up. However, still not enough. And Witcher falls down to 15 while Goose survives another fight with this prize pig.
Yeah, so this is a court wizard that we got from the Hero Power. It's new art for anybody that doesn't recognize it. We don't have any royals, but it's a range character. Probably not the best thing we could have hit, but it probably will find its way onto the board. And while we wait to see what Nuclear Goo is going to do with this turn, I want to point out something we haven't touched on here, Monty, and that's look at our current opponent. It's Merlin. We don't see a lot of priority for Merlin being picked, nor Geppetto, really. So we've got a couple of heroes in this lobby that aren't necessarily what you would expect to see in a top 8 scenario. What do you think about that?
Yeah, considering we didn't really have a look at the hero choices for all the players, I am very curious considering a lot of the heroes that we do consider in that top tier, we're not seeing in this lobby right now, right? There's no Pan's Shadow, there's no Horde Dragon, there's no Fallen Angel, there's no Zippy the Zombie. So I'm curious whether these heroes were picked with intent out of packs that contained heroes that we are more used to seeing, or whether it was just a truly mixed bag of choices for some players while other players had their pick of the litter to choose from.
Yeah, as we see second court wizard picked up, and I want to point out this fairy godmother, which is newly changed on this patch. It now buffs your good characters by +2/+2. That's why these court wizards are 6 attack, 4 health, as opposed to the starting stats of 4 attack, 2 health. So yeah, let's see if this is going to work out. You don't really love your fairy godmother in the front row, but with what we have, that's where it's got to go for now. And the longer it survives, the better it's going to be, because as soon as it does die, we lose some stats.
Yeah, both stags getting their attacks off, always a welcome start, but it's not going to be enough. And Merlin, with this evil strategy and the double Queen of Hearts, able to get the job done there. So Nuclear Goo taking their first hit in a while, but still quite healthy, looking to roll at 4.1. What exactly are you hoping to find here, other than maybe some triples and getting some treasures set up?
I feel like Nuclear Goo answered that question for me. You're looking for a triple treasure map. Sarcophagus, certainly not the choice here. You could maybe go Crystal Ball. I certainly wouldn't. You have a couple of mage pieces in the Familiar and the Weaver, but it doesn't feel like the overall direction. Treasure map can be very strong, especially when we have a pair of court wizards already. So if we can find another court wizard now, that would be a level 6 treasure and would be incredible. I'm looking, and we're against Skip, who's at 10 health, but because they are Skip, they are actually on level 5.0. So I'm assuming they're going to need a good turn, because it looks like we're off to a good start for our turn for ourselves.
Yeah, and on the skip, Aaron Gertler, Little Beep, as he is now known in game, and Aaron is a very, very powerful player. And something that we saw yesterday was got off to a pretty slow start, picked up an 8th in his first lobby, and then it felt like a full 180 flip around and just turn after turn really made an incredible comeback and coming to the top 8. Just great stuff.
Yeah, so here's a Greedy in the front row in front of the upgraded Baby Root. It has 19 health. I have to assume we're going to get some amount of value and some extra gold for a next turn. We love to see the Stag attack, but do we have enough stats to get through our opponent's board? They have a big ranged in the Amy. They have a Siren, not to mention the Friendly Spirits that are now getting killed off and going to be buffing these things remaining in the back row.
Yeah, it does look like this side is going to be enough to get the job done against Goo, not killing the upgraded unit either. So that is going to be Goo taking a big hit of 11 here, falling down to just 16. And the question is, what do you do this turn, considering the big hit you just took now? that treasure map, well, there's a 6-drop treasure right there. You do have to sell a bit for it, but is it worth it? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to do it. You have enough gold. Luckily, you can sell 4 things to get the amount of gold. It's a level 6 treasure, and it's actually a strong upgraded character. It's a good character, which kind of already works with the direction you're going. Not to mention an upgraded support, range support. That's very strong. Let's see what our treasure options are. Wand of
That is
Weirding,
the one.
ninth
Spear of
book, and
Achilles.
pretty easy spear here. The other ones don't fit in this exact spot. You're super happy to have a spear. We don't have any royals to get extra court wizard attacks, but court wizard is very strong when you have spear of Achilles. So this was a great turn for us. However, let's notice that we're against Pavlov on the Rumpelstiltskin, who we saw did not use their Rumpel hero power early, and they're still at 40 health, Monty. So it looks like they were able to protect their health and use it sometime later in the game. I expect to see a very dominating board on the other side.
Yeah, that's going to be terrifying facing a Rumple that didn't use their spinning gold early and stayed healthy, because they must have had that amazing turn probably at 4.0. I will mention that Nuclear Goo actually sold one of their court wizards, unfortunately, for that turn in order to be able to afford that triple. Wasn't able to hold on to the pair. But as things stand, we'll see if the Spear of Achilles early on here from Goo is going to be enough. And with an early Oni card on the other side, I don't think it is. I think this is going to be another loss for Goo. Not as devastating as the previous ones, but when you have just picked up a Spear of Achilles and you still can't get a win, that's got to feel pretty bad.
Yeah, feels really bad. You definitely expect to win that fight. Not to mention, Pavlov on Rumpelstiltskin had Skipping Stone and completed their Brave Princess quest that turn. So they're going to get some experience as well as some health this turn. They are having an incredible game. Whoever faces them is likely going to be in trouble. As we see, we have lost our first player. That's Witcher on the Trash Panda that we've lost in 8th place. But we have to worry about going out right behind them because we are now against Wait for Godot, 38 health on Wonder Waddle. It's just not easy, is it?
It really is not easy. Now, the really big question for me here is how much we're going to see Goo prioritize these greedies in this spot, considering you are dying, literally in the name greedy, versus how much we are going to see him try to find another royal to put on this board and take advantage of this court wizard. We do see the Lancelot was the free good 5-drop that was obtained from the Phoenix Angel ability. Of course, very ideal in this spot because it is a royal and it is a way to get a 5-drop treasure, which is extremely powerful. With that Spear of Achilles, you do expect it to get his quest off this turn. Also picking up a Robin Hood, another good unit. So really getting well positioned for a potential a Good Boy or Empress P if you're able to find one. But for now, Goo has to survive.
Oh, and you don't love seeing the Medusa attack into the lance because you don't get the treasure if it doesn't attack. But do we even survive for it to matter? That's a really bad start to the combat. But
But I
Spear of
think we're
Achilles,
okay. Yeah.
yes, Spear of Achilles, it looks like might carry us, which is good enough. We're still pretty disappointed in the lance, but just one more turn, especially when we were facing Wait for Godot, we had to be worried about that fight. Okay, one more turn. I also want to point out, I like what Nuclear Goo did last turn. Seems like they were a little bit indecisive about what they wanted to play and where they wanted to play it on board. They still had 4 gold remaining, but instead of prioritizing the gold and rolling shops to figure that out, they spent their time, what I think was very wisely, to figure out how to play their board state. And that's some. It's one thing that some players could improve on, and I think it was very well done here.
Yeah, absolutely. And really focusing on what matters in the game and getting that survival in that important fight. Really great stuff here from Goo. Does cast the lightning bolt here, still prioritizing getting through each combat as it comes. And the question is, what are we looking for here? Well, a second Robin Hood, certainly nothing to complain about. And another chicken. If you don't want to spend the rest of the turn rolling, you could just hold on to double chicken for the next turn here.
Yeah, so we have some pretty strong pieces, although these greedies seem a little bit out of place at
Greedy.
this point. The stag is not amazing. We don't have a lot of gold to work with. Really hoping to get this lance slay this turn. It looks like we are selling out for a lightning dragon, which is great with spear.
It's great with Spear, and it is great with Lady of the Lake, having all that extra health to give yourself a chance of surviving the first attack and get two things off the back line. Incredibly powerful, and it does just that thanks to both the Sphere and the Lady surviving at 6 health. You do see that Lightning Dragon get the second attack. Unfortunately, doesn't touch the Medusa, so that is going to remain alive. But I think this is still going to be enough thanks to the double Robin Hood to get the job done here. Is Takemoto, who falls to just 5 health.
Yeah, we do knock Takimoto down to 5. As we see, we are in our top 6, and we get the Lance Treasure. We knew we would get it. Horn of Olympus, very strong when we have the Lady of the Lake, but that is our only support. Staff, you always want to take Staff because it's so powerful, but it doesn't necessarily get you immediate value, and we might be in a spot where we need immediate value. It looks like we're going to try to get the immediate value from the other treasure option, which is the Hand of Midas. This can be a little bit of a strange turn for Hand of Midas because you would love to be able to use that on a level 6 character. But there are level 5 characters that would make a lot of sense, like, say, a Baba Yaga might fit nicely on this board. But before we get there, it does not use the Hand of Midas when you combine a character, which is what we did. We combined the Greedy and we picked up Forking Rod.
Yeah, and I do want to mention, we mentioned a lot of those premium heroes were not in the game. Well, I'm looking at Pavlov, our next opponent, and Pan's Shadow was the hero that the Rumpelstiltskin was able to dream into. So having an incredible start, we found everything we were looking for, stayed healthy, found XP, popped a Skip's Puzzling Rune, and then managed to get all the dream into a Pan's Shadow, one of the most powerful late game heroes, having Staff of the Otol just built into your hero power. This is a great game for Pavlov.
Yeah, it really is. And we definitely have to play this Lightning Dragon again because we saw an Oni on that board the last time we faced them. So Nuclear Group probably aware of that. And opts to save the Hand of Midas for next turn. Do we get to use that Hand of Midas next turn? Because we see Pavlov not only has that Oni, has a couple of Medusas, which are always scary. And watch out, there's a pumpkin in the back.
Medusa down, Pumpkin down. That is pretty good. The Chupacabra did get a slay, so that is a buff on all of the monsters with the newly reworked Chupacabra. Unfortunately, that Siren does get a slay there, so one of this backline is going to go away. It does still look like this could be okay here for Nuclear Goo, and in fact, it is. So Pavlov taking a loss and Goo fighting on another day with the Hand of Midas. Now a Green Knight picked up as the free unit with an Ashwood Almond Shock, and you have double Robin Hood in the Hand of Midas. Things just completely turn around.
Well, I want to say incredible patience here to hold that Hand of Midas because you had to be a little bit nervous there in that last fight. And now we get a ghost fight. We see Little Beep, who was playing Skip, got knocked out, and we get that ghost fight. Yeah, this is a perfect combination of things. We already have 2 Robin Woods, which are tree ants. What a great usage of Hand of Midas. In the opening shop, we found the Ashwood. After picking up the Green Knight for free, now we just need a Burn Beard, and we basically have a quickly thrown together final game tree board.
Yeah, and of course, this Lady of the Lake that we had for so long, also working very nicely with the Ashwood Elm, just getting more health there, laundering those stats through your trees onto all of the others. And this is, I would say, a comfortable position for Goo now, who does end up picking up a Medusa in this spot and then hitting it with double magic research. What do you think is the logic behind that?
Well, it just shows the power of Medusa, right? Because we had enough gold to potentially roll for a True Love's Kiss for the Lance or to find another piece to fit our tree build. But Medusa is quite strong. When it attacks, it usually is going to trade with something, especially when you have Spear. Makes it even more likely that it might get to attack multiple times. And if you think you're ever going to be in a spot where you need some scam, well, why not go ahead and pick it up when you have exactly 4 gold left? And it makes some sense to do so. As we see, what a strong board here for a ghost. You can't underestimate these ghosts. It's going to be an easy win for us here, but that was quite a strong board.
It really was the Empress P alongside the double Boomhilda backline for Aaron Gertler, and that was a strong ghost, but Nuclear Goo was stronger. We continue on in the top 5 here, this time going up against Red Rain on the Geppetto, one of the heroes you mentioned we don't see too often. And we'll see if that is for good reason or not, as Geppetto does tend to fall off a bit in the late game. And that is about where we are now, the late game. So, first of all, Goo, considering this second Green Knight that is in the shop, and then the question is, what tree pieces is he able to find as he continues rolling on?
Yeah, you can also give a little bit of consideration to the Four Glory. I don't know that you take it here, but the reason I say that is there are a number of pieces that you could hit on level 6. So a random character on level 6 when you're playing trees is really nice because it's not one thing you're looking for. There are multiple options. But we're gonna switch heroes and we're gonna switch right into Gwen. Kind of a no-brainer here. If we, make it to next turn, we obviously can't play that this turn. If we make it to next turn, we'll choose what we want to spike. And if we're really lucky, there might be a Burnbeard show up.
Yeah, Burnbeard in the shop, or if we really want to feel blessed, a Burnbeard and an Echo would just be incredible. And we are going to see what comes next turn. But first, there has to be survival here, as we do see Nuclear Goo go up against Red Rain. And you see that trusty Lightning Dragon that has done so much work so far for Goo, still in the comp, as you do expect Geppetto to be on some sort of animals comp, hoping to snipe something like a Bearstein on the backline. But instead, we see the gigantic Hippocampus soaking up the first hit. Fortunately, the second going into the Boomhilda. So shrinking these baby bears down quite a bit. And that's going to be quite nice considering now Goo has the time to farm some Spear of Achilles stat growth while attacking these summons.
Yeah, it's nice that we have Spear because this is a little bit of an awkward matchup. Not because of the Hippo. We have plenty of attack on our board, but we don't have a lot of health. And when our opponent was continuing to summon more and more things to chip away at the health of our characters, that Spear of Achilles was very beneficial for us.
Ooh, hoo, hoo. All right, this is an interesting call here, Yuck. There is a flourish in the shop, double flourish on Ashwood Elm, especially an upgraded Ashwood Elm. Is tough to pass, but you have this knighthood in hand that you would love to use this turn. Unfortunately, at the moment, I think it's safe to say Goo does not have a knighthood target, and you see Goo passing up on the double flourish, leaving the possibility of this knighthood open and believing that he is going to find a target for it this turn.
Yeah, I like being able to knighthood steal this turn and spending 2 gold at the start of your turn. Actually, Flourish renamed to Expo Natural Growth. Whoa, a couple of Ashwoods. Not necessarily what we're looking for, but quite powerful. But I actually like not spending that 2 gold that early in the turn. As good as that spell is, maybe we can find something even better. The question is, do we want the Ashwoods? No, it actually wasn't exactly what we're looking for. I like the discipline to pass it. We are going to take the Robin Wood triple. Treasure option Staff, Monkey's Paw, and Ambrosia.
Oh, it feels so tough to pass the staff there, but it does make sense. Every turn continues to be about survival, and therefore we see the Ambrosia picked up. That is going to be upgrading a Green Knight in this spot. Of course, that is a nice stat boost, getting the extra health on that, as well as the extra health on the Ashwood Elm, which then gets passed on to all of your other units. And the big Siren down, that was huge, as well as the Oni Tyrant. So Pavlov has really been getting this monster comp going, but I think Goo is looking pretty good in this fight right now. One Medusa is going to get an attack off. That takes care of the Robin Wood and the upgraded pumpkin now going down. How much scam is in there? I don't think it is enough here.
Well, Spear is really strong against Pumpkin a lot of times, but when that Pumpkin comp also has Spear, they kind of make up for the stats that they may not have from their original summons. And look how close this is. It comes down to the absolute wire. I think that one could have gone either way. Luckily, we're on the good end of it. We now get to face Wait for Godot, who has switched from Wonder Waddle into Sad Drac.
All right, and still with this knighthood in hand, looking for one of those premium targets. Burnbeard would be the best one. We do know that Goo is not interested in more Ashwood Elms. They were offered, they were past the previous turn. So I think it may just be Burnbeard or bust in this spot. And so far, nothing as Goo continues rolling on. Do you think there's any other unit except a Burnbeard that we would see Goo use this on?
You could maybe play a True Love's Kiss, which is a little strange. You wouldn't mind True Love's Kiss on the Lance, but that means you're not going to be able to Knighthood this turn. It would probably be worth the risk if we see it. But primarily, we want exactly that, the Burnbeard. There's an Empress P in the shop. which, could maybe sometimes fit on this board, but not looking for that.
There it
And
is.
right on time.
All
Beautiful.
right, perfect. And Lady of the Lake sold, Burnbeard found, Knighthood about to be fired off. There it is. Now, are you locking the second Ashwood in the shop, or are you letting it go to look for an Echowood?
Yeah, I think I'd wait for an Echo. I would potentially buy an Ashwood next turn, but I don't want to lock for it because it's not the first choice, is what you're looking for. It would be considerable, though, I think, if we see one next turn. But is there going to be a next turn? We see another tree board that also has an upgraded Ashwood and an upgraded Burnbeard. That board looks like it might actually be stronger than us.
It might, except for this Medusa. We saw Goo pick up this Medusa so many turns ago, and it is now coming back to work out in a big
Yeah.
way as the Medusa gets the job done, and Wait for Godot goes out in what looks to be fourth place. Nuclear Goo continues chugging along, and as it has been looking like it's going to be all game, it is Nuclear Goo against Pavlov in the finals here to see who will take the win in the first lobby. Now, what's the name of the game? What are you looking for if you're Nuclear Goo here?
Well, we actually see Wait for Godot going out in third as Takimoto Haifumen goes out in fourth. Yeah, we're looking to do more of the same, but mostly we want an Echo here. Maybe a good combat spell. Our opponent's down to 13 health. We may or may not be able to deal that amount of damage in one turn. But when you get down to 6 gold, now there's another Ashwood that's tempting. We know what our opponent has, right? We faced them not long ago, so we can potentially use that information to help us. We don't really want to remove the Lightning Dragon from our board, I think, because it does have some value here. We certainly don't want to remove the Medusa because it could attack into a pumpkin, for instance. And we just saw how powerful it was. It just goes to show the power of Medusa. When it was first picked up, we weren't sure if it was the best thing to pick up that turn, but wow, has it paid for itself.
How do you feel about taking out one of these Green Knights, picking up that second Ashwood Elm, firing off this Beauty's Influence on the upgraded Ashwood Elm? I think that one is almost a given, selling the Greedy probably, and keeping this Lightning Dragon on the board.
Yeah, this is the strange part. I like this play, but the Lightning Dragon, I believe, has some merit here. It looks like it's not going to find its way onto the board, but you did gain a lot of stats here. The problem with a lot of stats, sometimes that's nullified by scam, and we know our opponent, potentially has some outs with that. So combat RNG likely to be important here.
All right, and there is nothing to be found in terms of backline attack here from Nuclear Goo. So we are playing a good old fair game plan. There are a lot of pumpkins and therefore a lot of potential scam on the other side. That's a Cupid already found. That Cupid, if it was to hit something on the backline, could have been devastating. First pumpkin down, another Cupid found, and that is in the attack position right now. Oh no, that is devastating already. Here comes the Aeon attack, but I don't know if this is going to be another win from Goo, and that's going to be all it takes. Pavlov, with the incredible early start from Rumpelstiltskin, moving into a full pumpkin comp, is able to get the job done there, and that is Nuclear Goo taking a second place in the first lobby of the day. Yuck.
Monty, we just witnessed something amazing, something I've tried to pull off and have yet to do so. I don't know if you noticed or if people in chat maybe noticed, but that was a friendly spirit that got Phoenix feathered, something I refer to as the friendly Phoenix comp. So shout out to Friendly Phoenix on that one. That was amazing. And what an incredible comp that Pavlov built. They were dominating from the early game. Looked like basically all the way to the end. They took a few hits along the way, but a very strong comp to go up against. And we're finished with round one. And yeah, it was as great as I hoped it would be.
Yeah, really great stuff as we are just getting the leaderboard updated to reflect those round one results and getting the round two lobby underway. So we won't have much of a break in the action, but as soon as we have that leaderboard, we will take a quick look and a reminder as to how that first round shook out. That was some really great stuff to kick off the day, huh, Yuck?
Yeah, absolutely was. And it's going to be great today because we can quick fire the lobbies a little bit more so than yesterday. When you have just a single lobby running, it's easier to keep things on track and on schedule. So we're going to try to keep the games coming as much as we can. We would like to check the leaderboard in between games. As soon as we can do that, we will certainly do that. But I think what we just got to witness was one of the reasons that Nuclear Goo has had so much success. We talked so highly about Nuclear Goo leading into that game. Well, it didn't feel like a dominant performance at any one specific stage of the game, but managed to find the way, especially that Medusa. We talked about how important scam could be. Well, we were talking mostly about full scam comps. Well, how about throwing that one scam piece in to your tree build? Not something you always do, but it was done very effectively.
Yeah, and let's take a look at that leaderboard and see exactly what it looks like after the first round. And as you see, Pavlov, our first winner, having that magical 10 points. Nuclear Goo, the follow up, then Godot in third, Takamoto in fourth, Red Rain in fifth on the Geppetto, Aaron Gertler in sixth, Conqueror in seventh, and Witcher unfortunately going out in eighth. But there is still plenty of action left to go, and we are going to get round two started momentarily. Yuck. What do you want to see in round two? That was so good already.
Yeah, maybe we can spectate Pavlov, who won that first round, and see how they're going to navigate game two. For anybody that may be just joining, we're doing the 25-point race format, which means no player is live to win the tournament until they have 25 points. So it's going to take at least a couple of more games before we have anybody competing to actually win. But these players are all still trying to get to 25 points any way they can. If you started out with 10 points, as Pavlov did, you're off to a great start.
Yeah, and you do need a win in those first three lobbies in order to put yourself live for 25 points. If you get three second places, that's only 24. That's not going to be enough to get the job done. So, somewhere in those first three lobbies, you do need a win to put yourself within the conversation. So, Pavlov already great start for him. Everyone else, it is time for to catch up.
Yeah, and let's see what the hero choices are going to be. We saw, as we talked about, a couple of heroes that wouldn't necessarily be expected. We saw Geppetto, we saw Merlin. Not to mention, we saw some players switching heroes throughout the game, which we do expect to see those things happen. But I'm curious to see what heroes we're going to start with, and if we get the ones that we would normally expect to see, or do we get any curveballs again?
Yeah, that's going to be what I'm wondering as well as we get the second lobby up and running here. Thank you for bearing with us, of course. Really great action so far, and we're going to see what the players are able to put up here. The lobby is just starting, so we will be jumping in shortly, and we'll see who we're going to be watching as well.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting the lobby fired up.
I see heroes. I see a Horde Dragon, a Wonder Waddle, a not purchased Mordred, and a Trophy Hunter.
all the classic unpurchased Mordred. Okay, Horde Dragon, Wonder Waddle, Trophy Hunter. I don't know. I think Wonder Waddle or Horde Dragon. I might not mind seeing a Horde Dragon. You already got one win. It's a high roll kind of hero. Maybe swing for the fence here.
All right, and we will see what the pick is going to be here. It is interesting as Pavlov does end up choosing the Horde Dragon, our player of choice for this round, and the one that we are going to be following. And first shop, not really the most exciting. Wizard's Familiar, Crafty, and of course, a Labyrinth Minotaur.
Yeah, we're gonna pick up the Minotaur. It's 5 attack. It's gonna trade decently with some things, assuming your opponent doesn't have, say, a Black Cat. We're also facing Curse King, who potentially could have played a spell this turn. So, starting off with a 1/1 familiar, it can be good late in the game, but it's not good this turn. Pretty simple start. We're not super happy with it. Straight into turn two. And well, I see a Poly. This is a hero I have to mention though. I personally don't like taking a lot of early game risks on this hero. I look at Horde Dragon as a late game hero, but you don't have to look at it that way. I think different players prioritize differently, but I don't think you want to take a risk with the poly here. It looks like we just decide on a baby dragon instead.
Yeah, I think I agree with you about the philosophy of not taking a lot of risk early game with Horde Dragon. I think it does play out very similarly to other late game powerhouses like Pan's Shadow, like Zalhua, where you don't have to have a high roll early game to expect to have a good game. You just need to have a stable early game where you mitigate as much damage as possible. And that does seem to be the plan here from Pavlov, as the shop was locked for what I assume was a Cinderella, but there's also a blind mouse that is extremely powerful on the Horde Dragon. Interesting to see whether there's going to be an emphasis put on getting that blind mouse. And with the Labyrinth Minotaur coming into the shop, it looks like that is no longer going to be the case here for Pavlov.
Yeah, I think the mouse would have been perfectly fine to pick up, but the Minotaur is a pair, and that pair, because we're Horde Dragon, could lead into a level 3 treasure. And you have the Cinderella. This is going to be a very solid turn. Our board state not especially strong, but our treasure potential is pretty strong right now. If we can, hopefully buy spells, it can be awkward on say 5 gold next turn to be able to fit in playing a spell. If we can, we would certainly love to do that. We're going to see what our Zippy opponent has been doing, and that's played by Red Ray.
That is played by Red Ram. We were talking about how we were missing Zippy in the previous game, and Red Ram says, I got you, fam. Here is Zippy, and a very dominant start for him. So must be happy with that start, as taking 6 damage, falling to 34 as Pavlov. But now we're at 3.0, and we're starting things off with a Shrink Drink into this dwarf package I was going to ask you about. Princess White plus Crafty. How do you feel about picking up the pair of these here?
I've got some mixed feelings. I want to start by saying we were able to play a spell this turn, which is really nice because this is a turn, as I mentioned, that it is often difficult to play a spell. So we're able to play a Shrink Drink. We pick up a decent amount of stats with the dwarf package. Another potential treasure option if we want to buy more dwarves and try to complete this quest. I don't think we are sold on playing dwarves just because we have the Princess White. I think we could buy more dwarves. We're going to have to just see what the shops offer us and navigate accordingly.
Yeah, we did, of course, talk a bit in detail about dwarves yesterday, as we did see some dwarves players and how it is a comp that is extremely powerful, but it does tend to fall off a bit later in the game. One of the benefits that Horde Dragon does have, that I think does make it a bit of a better hero for dwarves, is being able to have access to level 7 treasures rather than level 6 on a somewhat better basis than anyone else, means that you can position for some more power late game to come from there when it's not coming from your units. Now, a doubly found in the shop, as well as a Genie's Wish. That's a pretty good shop, especially with the Genie's Wish hitting a gingerbread party, though I bet now Pavlov is wishing they'd done that in the other order.
I think you need to do this order. This is a spot where you don't want to take a risk on losing the doubly. I said I didn't know if we were going to be picking up more dwarves. Now that we pick up a doubly, I think we will definitely be in the market for more dwarves now. And it looks like switching around, potentially trying to get the stag to attack in front of the doubly, which would be a lot of stats. Also, maybe considering the evil support could have some merit here. So switching some things around, Pavlov trying to decide what to do with the remaining 2 gold.
Yeah, there is a baby dragon in hand being able to be sold, and it looks like the positioning is setting up for the stag, actually, rather than this wicked witch. So we'll see what the choice is going to be. It is, in fact, the white stag. So that's picked up going in front of the doubly and the crafty. And it is worth mentioning, Dwarfs has long suffered from having a very awkward mid game. Your big power spikes coming at level 5 when you're able to find Tweedle, and coming at level 6 when you're able to find Lordy. But a few patches ago, we did see Fanny get reintroduced into the game as a 4-cost unit that gives support +4/+4 to your dwarves. And that really has felt like a game changer for the dwarf mid game, giving you that big power boost of getting that Fanny. Supporting a pair of doublies can just be so many stats for the mid game.
It can be quite nice, but in the meantime, if you can use this stag, by the way, let me point out the new stag art and how majestic it looks. If you can get the stag to attack to give the extra buff to the doubly, that's going to be nice in the meantime. We see Hat and Ball both in the same shop, along with Haunted Helm. What are you thinking here, Monty?
I have a very hard time passing at Ball this early, but I think given everything we know about Horde Dragon and how the patterns play out, I really like this pick of Haunted Helm. It's extremely powerful with a doubly, especially if you can get an upgraded doubly relatively early. And I think this just makes a lot of sense to me.
Makes a lot of sense to me as well. It goes to show that Pavlov likely considering this hero to be a late game hero as well, as we had talked about. The one thing I will say, though, is we do have potential for another level 3 treasure soon. We have a Minotaur pair as well as a Crafty pair. So hat and ball are a little more tempting, I have to say, because, the combo of hat and ball is quite strong. We are now down to 3 procs remaining on the Princess White. Looks like we're going to hit 4 next turn and likely looking to buy some more dwarves.
Yeah, you do see the tiny picked up there, also with new art, as a way to get that extra pock on the Princess White. There looked to be some consideration for whether maybe you want to pick up a chicken instead, but ultimately the choice is going to be the tiny there for that Princess White proc, which makes a lot of sense to me. And another win for Pavlov, Nuclear Goo on the Fates getting knocked down, and here's a shop with two of the reworked Fairy Godmother, but not exactly a good comp here for Pavlov. There is also a Medusa. Do you think there's any interest in that, or are we just rolling for some dwarves?
We saw how strong the Medusa can be, but it tends to get stronger later in the game than what it is early in the game. We do have the positioning set up now to buy the Medusa, and we are going to buy it. I'm perfectly fine with this. And we're definitely taking this crafty. I feel like I need to point out, though, something we just saw. Nuclear Goo, our prior opponent, had piggy bank. I'll be honest, Monty, I did not expect to see a piggy bank because these lobbies play out very quickly. When you're playing at a high level, to try to greet a piggy bank is interesting to me. As we see now, this combo of helm and
Voltron
shield together,
assembled.
yeah, that's great.
Yeah, the helm and the sword together on a doubly, getting those extra double stats. Very nice. Now, there is a lucky in this shop that I wouldn't hate to see Pavlov buy, maybe by selling the tiny as well as the Cinderella in hand, just to get that extra dwarf proc. And it looks like by taking out the Minotaur, that is going to be the plan here. So lucky in Princess White down to just one trigger left on the quest, and this is a pretty strong board, I would say, for 4.0.
It is, and this Princess White, because we're Horde Dragon, will give us a level 4 treasure, and we would expect to be able to see at least one dwarf and buy it next turn. So we'll have to wait and see what that treasure is. But yeah, being at 30 health at this stage of the game feels quite nice. As I keep mentioning, a hero that wants to make it to the late game, looks like we're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, another win here against Takamoto on the Phoenix Angel. And Pavlov chugs along, and there's that Fanny with the awesome art. So I think with a shop of Bossy, Tiny, and Fanny as the options, I'm looking at that Fanny as the dwarf that I want to complete this quest for me. But Pavlov disagrees, ends up buying the Bossy instead. And here are the treasure choices: 3 of Shields, Reduplicator, Deck of Many Things. Pick is 3 of Shields.
Yeah, I think the bossy pickup there is because essentially it only costs 1 gold. If you look at it in the sense of if you buy it for 2 and sell it for 1, it only costs 1 gold. And if you do that, the Fanny that you plan on playing for several turns on your board will then get an extra buff from the upgraded Princess White as opposed to if you would have bought it initially. So also there's a mem. Thanks to the lucky, we get to buy a mem for 0, which is helpful for what we can do with the remainder of the turn. We now have 2 gold left. You have to consider the stag pair. We do pass that, and now maybe the lucky pair to get some more treasures going.
Yeah, the lucky pair does not surprise me here. There is also a candy cannon. Very nice considering you bought 3 units that turn, getting the buff on all of them. And I think what you said makes a lot of sense, having that extra stats on the Fanny. It really shows that Pavlov is considering Fanny to probably stay a little later into the game here.
Yeah, it's not necessarily something you want on your final board, but it often plays very late into the game if you're playing a dwarf board. And we're pretty heavily committed to dwarves now. So we're going to, at some point, it looks like be in the same old situation that often dwarves find themselves in. Are we going to be able to find a Lordy before it's too late? Well, the good news is we have some health to work with. We have pretty solid treasures for now. Can we improve on that? Well, we pick up an Evil Witch only because it costs 1, not because we actually plan on playing it. There's no reason not to buy it here. And let's see what else we can do with our gold.
All right. Well, starting to roll down, and we'll see what Pavlov is able to find here. There's an Amy. If there's any interest in the 10-13 range unit, feels kind of tempting to me. And it looks like Amy positioning has been opened up. We'll see if Pavlov takes the free roll here, and they do. Now a greedy. I think I want to pick that one up as well. And Hey, I don't know how you feel, but I don't really feel like there is an all important level 4 treasure to buy. So I wouldn't mind getting out of this lucky pair. I don't feel like it's a necessity to upgrade lucky here.
Yeah, that's a great point. We actually sell one of the Minotaurs, and the level 3 treasures can be quite nice. Just think treasure map. Even if
Yeah,
there's
I personally value the level 3 treasure a lot higher than the level 4 in this spot. So I think I would have gotten out of the lucky pair. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I like the way you're thinking. To be honest, if you didn't want to sell the lucky pair, I could see maybe selling the bossy. The bossy is playing on board right now, but if you're chasing treasures, but giving up on the potential for treasure map, it's a bit painful. Opts not to worry about it. It's no guarantee you hit treasure map, even if you hit that triple. So we're just going to go strictly down the dwarf line from here. It looks like.
Strictly down the dwarf line indeed, and Lightning Dragon not able to get the attack and kill on the Fanny. You hate to see it if you are Conquer, who is having a pretty rough start to their game on Skip, already at 9 health and not looking to be in the best position. The Mummy also not getting a kill, and there I was going to say there is a chance that we
Well,
just see them fall here, but thanks to that baby bear being summoned from the wombats, that is going to be a tie, luckily enough, for Conquer.
And we saw Conquer had played the end, so gained some experience that turn as well as some health. And now is on level 6. So yeah, it looked like they had a bit of a struggle, but Conquer getting through that particular fight means that they get to level 6 and maybe have a chance to stabilize. So there's another doubly. We certainly want that.
Yeah, Dudley is one of the integral pieces of the dwarf comp. And, I would say the perfect dwarf comp in the late game probably doesn't have any doublies, but that's at the point when they've gotten so many Lordies and Tweedles that they just have the room for them. Until then, the doublies are going to go quite far.
It looks like we are going to now sell that bossy. And I have to point out, we did gain some gold from the greedy that last fight, which is great for us. We have 6 gold left. Another Amy. Well, level 5 treasures are great if we can combine that. There's also a Nian, and you know what's better than level 5 treasures? Level 6 treasures, but it looks like we're not interested in
I
chasing either of those.
I am baffled. The end is perfect. I think it is exactly what you were looking for. I think Pavlov is far too attached to this lucky pair. And we do actually see the Amy getting the ended. I think this lucky pair has far outstayed its welcome. But I'm also shocked that we saw 2 Nians pass at 5.0 as a Horde Dragon. That feels a little a little too safe to me.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you here. The end did work out very nicely. I'm happy that we were able to play the end, but the Nian, way too tempting for me. The level 6 treasure is super powerful. The thing is, you only need about 2 copies of Nian. We couldn't have bought them both last turn, but we did see 2 copies, but we didn't take one. We are maybe in a weird spot now. We're down to 23 health. The 0.2 turns, as we talked about, can be a little uncomfortable. But what's good on these turns for sure is when you hit triples. I wouldn't actually hate Fool's Gold here, Monty, to set up for next turn. What do you think?
I love a fool's gold when I'm planning on being dwarves. Honestly, I think all of these treasures are great for dwarves. Coin of Charon goes very nicely with both Luckies and Tweedles. Reduplicator, incredible with Tweedle if you're able to get there. Unfortunately, no Tweedles at the moment that you're taking damage, so I don't think there's any consideration for that. But Fool's Gold, I think I completely agree with you. When you're on 5.2 and you know your next turn is going to be the Lordy Scramble, having 4 extra gold to work with sounds like the dream to me. And it looks like Pavlov agrees as the Fool's Gold is picked up there. And now a level 5 treasure as well, if you would like it. Normally, you don't really want to triple Medusas because level 4 treasures are not that exciting, but level 5 treasures are a completely different beast.
Yeah, we have to go for Ambrosia. I was going to say Hand of Midas or Ambrosia and still potentially setting up for Lordy. As great as Evil Eye is, it doesn't really fit here. Actually, not going to hold off on the value and going to go for the Sword of Fire and Ice. I'm a bit surprised again. I thought for sure we were going to take Ambrosia.
Yeah, I think this is really maybe an indication of Pavlov's mindset, playing a little scared towards survival here, playing a little safe. We did see Fool's Gold picked up that turn, so that was already a concession to thinking a bit more long term and less about immediate strength, and maybe trying to make up for that, balancing that range by making a play that was towards immediate strength. Ambrosia, of course, on the Fanny would also give you some immediate strength, but not as much as the Sword of Fire and Ice. So I understand it, though, of course, I think I completely agree with you that if we're pushing for a hard Dwarves angle, it's very hard to beat the power that Ambrosia provides with just one Lordy.
Well, this makes me wonder if we're ever considering not playing dwarves in the late game. Although Ambrosia works with a lot of comps, maybe this leaves you open to doing something different. I mean, it's a long transition. We have 17 health, so we have a ghost fight. Maybe could survive a loss after that ghost fight. But if you're passing the Ashwood, I have to assume we are still just focused on dwarves.
I think the transition from this spot to anything else feels like too much of a stretch, except for maybe Pumpkin. If we saw a Pumpkin picked up, I think that would be the one thing that would be convincing to get out of this position for Pavlov. Otherwise, I cannot imagine going into Good Boys or Trees. There's a Tweedle. That's a good pickup. It's not Lordy, but I think considering you are going to have a ghost fight here and you have another turn with that Fool's Gold to try to find the Lordy, the Tweedle at least does a lot of work here.
Yeah, we need that Lordy quickly because even just one Lordy, as good as it will be for us, isn't the end all be all. The golden Lordy is quite strong, but a normal Lordy, the later you get into the game, falls off a bit. Against the Ghost Fight, we're going to play Krampus Slay, so potentially gives us extra gold next turn. And wait a minute, there's a Krampus Slay on our opponent's board. I wonder if we ever Krampus Slay into a Krampus Slay.
Well, let's worry about winning this fight first, because we've mentioned multiple times that ghost fights are not by any means a given at this level of tournament play. And I believe this is actually going to be a loss here, or a tie, fortunately, for Pavlov. But Krampus Slay not triggering, and that replaced our Fool's Gold. So now you do see that the Sting was kept, Fool's Gold was let go, and that's less gold for Pavlov to work with on this turn.
Yeah, I like the choice of taking the Krampus Slay because you get extra gold if you win that fight. So that kind of makes up for this one turn for the Fool's Gold that you lost. But when we don't win the fight, I mean, it's great that we didn't take damage, but when we don't win the fight, we don't have that extra gold. And it's going to be even more difficult to improve our board. There are very few things that we can find to improve our board. How are we going to do that?
Considering this Doom Breath?
It looks like, it looks like the Doom Breath, which may be a slow transition towards Pumpkin. Maybe you're just playing it for a single turn. You do have the Sting, which is really nice with the Doom Breath. And again, I talked about earlier before we started game one during the intro, sometimes if plan A isn't working, you need to go to plan B. And, even if we're not looking for a synergistic Pumpkin comp, if we can disrupt our opponent's comp, sometimes that can be enough.
All right. Well, still a little gold to work with. There's the Hi-Ho finding an Angry. Not exactly what you were looking for, but better than this Lucky at least, which finally leaves the board. And we'll see if this Doom Breath pays off here for Pavlov. Picked up with this Sting. Powerful combination, giving you a lot of extra attack, but Witcher, 1 life on the Cursed King, and that 1 life is enough to assemble a pretty hefty tree comp here. We do see double Ashwood Elm as well as an upgraded Burn Beard and an Echo Wood. So everything you could hope for, and that's 12 damage being dealt to Pavlov. It falls down to just 6 with 5 people still alive. And I think you need Lordy, and you need it now.
Yeah, you definitely do. And the interesting thing that we see here is 5 people alive, and the players in 2 through 5 don't have the combined health of Zippy, who is in first place. But health, is a resource. The only health that matters is the last one, is a saying that I sometimes go to. The Cursed King, played by Witcher, they'll have to play a spell every turn to not take the damage from the hero itself, but they're quite strong. How strong is everybody else in this lobby? 12 healthy Vela. Maybe would expect with limited knowledge here to see something like a Pumpkin comp on Evella. That's sometimes a common transition into the late game. And we didn't do much this turn. Level 7 treasures are great if we want to pick up this Doom Breath, but we don't get a treasure this turn. And we see that we're still sitting on this Krampus Slay.
Feed the Kraken. I think we're continuing to roll. I don't think Pavlov is going to feel safe enough to buy this Doom Breath and not put it on the board. And the rolling continues. One more look. Does not find the Lordy. There's an Echo Wood. Doesn't do anything without Lordy. And this is going to be a minus 14-ish with nothing to show for it, unfortunately, here for Pavlov. So the turn rolls over and nothing having gotten stronger. I think this may be doomed for Pavlov.
Well, you have to hope the Doom Breath gets a lot of value. It gets great value. It hits corner, which is not always ideal, but it hits 2 Medusas. So that could be the difference here. We have a Medusa still ourselves in the back row, which might be able to trade nicely. We don't love that the apple tree still survived, though.
Yeah, the apple tree surviving is devastating here for Pavlov, who is going to pick up this loss, unfortunately, because of that apple tree as well as the range backline. And that is going to be a third place finish. So with 5 alive, not the most disappointing, as I believe we are going to take a look at Witcher.
Godot. Wait for
Oh,
Godot,
Godot.
right?
Let's go to
That's
Wait
who
for
we just
Godot.
lost to. Yep.
Excuse me. Yeah, Wait for Godot on the Avella. That's where we're headed, and we are going to see who our top two are. It is Red Rain on Zippy. It is Godot on the Avella, and hey, there's Lordy.
Yeah, of course. That's just how it works, right? Let's also notice somebody must have died to the ghost, Monty. We had 5 players at the start of that last fight. We now have 2. Um, that means somebody died to the ghost. I don't know exactly how that played out, but we are
That's
now in
not
our top 2.
particularly surprising, is it? Considering we saw Pavlov barely tie with the ghost of Nuclear Goo, and we mentioned that ghost was extremely powerful. So I'm not surprised to see it. I don't know about you, and however brutal it may be, it really goes to show that you can never take your position for granted in these lobbies. And there's a pumpkin at the last moment for Godot. I think it might have to wait until next turn. Nope, we're going to see some fast selling. Goodbye to the 40-40 water rate. Pumpkin is on the board.
Yeah, very quickly played by Wait for Godot. Probably knew ahead of time that he was just going to skip the treasure to be able to buy both this turn. You do want both. Now you don't have to lock the shop. Wow, that's a big friendly spirit, but the apple tree does what the apple tree does, reduces it to 1 health. That's a big help for us this fight.
It is a big help, but I don't think it's going to be enough unless we have a miracle pumpkin here, which, you know what? An apple tree and a Medusa. Well, just an apple tree. Well, just nothing. All right. That is going to be, I believe, the game going to Red Rain there. And a dominating performance from our Zippy the Zombie player means that Red Rain is taking down the second lobby here with Wait for Godot getting a second place finish there.
Yeah, you mentioned Monty in lobby 1 that we didn't see a Zippy, and then Red Rain decided, okay, you're right, let's see a Zippy, and then took it all the way to first place. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more Zippy games today. When it works, it's incredibly strong, as we just saw played by Red Rain.
Yeah, ask and ye shall receive, says Red Rain, and brings the Zippy action. I don't even know if Red Rain particularly likes Zippy. I think it's one of the heroes that I've actually heard him talking about in not the most positive light, just not a big fan. So, you know what? Really kudos to him for getting the win here. The first win for him in this top 8 in the second round with that hero, even though I am personally a big fan. I think it's extremely powerful. And yep, that's 2 rounds in the books. We're going to get leaderboard updated. And I think we're just going to go right into a third round as soon as we have it ready.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see more games, more action. We do want to check in with the leaderboard as soon as we have that available, as it's being updated in the background. And we'll see. We might have somebody live after this next round, but it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, I think with Pavlov getting a third place finish there, he is still live to be live after this round. Does require probably a first or second, I believe. Third place giving you 7 points means that you need at least 8 to get to that 25-point threshold. So Pavlov's going to need a good game here. But I think there is definitely still time for people to get the job done here.
Oh, the great thing about the race format, there's always time. Actually, no matter where you stand, You could be in dead last with minimal points. If you continue to win every lobby, you don't allow anyone else to win the tournament. You extend the tournament, and then eventually you can win. It's so much fun. It's the best format that I've really been able to watch and also play in. It's fun as a player as well. So we're lucky to have this format. And again, we're just waiting on the leaderboard to be updated so we can just show that and touch on that real quick, and then we'll hop straight into the next game.
All right, that is the hope. I do believe our leaderboard is almost ready, hoping to swap over to it whenever we have it, just to get a look at where things stand after 2 rounds. But I completely agree with you. I've been casting this race format all year, and it really does just feel like the optimal way to do a exciting final day format for auto battlers. I've played and watched a lot of auto battlers over the past few years where the genre has existed, and it just feels like the cleanest tournament format that I've seen to really make things exciting and make things matter, especially in a top 8 scenario or final day scenario when sometimes it can be awkward when one person runs away with it in terms of points. So getting that race format and making sure that things have to culminate in a win, I just think is extremely well done.
Yeah, the great thing about the format also is that the person that wins the final lobby wins the tournament. You watch some games that would have multiple players in a group or in the same lobby where it's already determined before the final match or the final lobby. In this case, you have to win the final lobby to win. So it's a fun way to cap off what has already been an exciting tournament, and I'm sure will continue to be so.
Yeah, I completely agree. So, just going to do a quick check and see if we do have that leaderboard ready here. And if we do, if we can swap over to it, just to see where things are at, as I do believe the third round is getting started. We'll see what is in store for us. And, 2 rounds in the books and pretty great action so far.
Yeah, and maybe we're having some difficulties with the leaderboard, Monty. If we can't get that pulled up on screen, maybe we just touch on it ourselves. I don't want to delay the next round too much. I'm already excited for the next round. So if we can get it up on screen, that's great. But if not, I will touch on what I've noticed here because I'm tracking what's going on. As you mentioned, Pavlov sitting at 17 points total. And just needs a top 2 to be able to go live. We have Wait for Godot at 15 total points, who will need a first place to go live. None of the other players have the opportunity to be live after this following game. So Wait for Godot and Pavlov have some interesting storylines to watch. I think maybe we spectate Wait for Godot in the upcoming game because Wait for Godot needs a first place to go live and will likely play very heavily towards that first place.
Yeah, you are talking about it. I do believe we have it ready now, so we are going to get it up on the screen for everybody to see. Of course, we do have a unfortunate situation for Red Rain with a 5th place finish in that first lobby. He is only at 14 points, so no matter what, he will not be live after this lobby, and neither will anybody else because, as you mentioned, only Godot and Pavlov are within that 15-point threshold that gets you there with a win here. Win for Godot. Pavlov needs a first place or a second place finish in this lobby. Everybody else just trying to maximize points for this one. No opportunity to get to 25 in this third round. So we'll see if we do have the rare situation where we have at least one player live. Given how this leaderboard breaks out, if it is Pavlov in second and Godot in first after this lobby, we're actually going to have 2 players live after 3 rounds, which is a pretty incredible scenario that doesn't really ever happen in this 25-point race format. So I'm really curious to see how this round is going to go. And I do believe the players are getting in the lobby. So as soon as we can, a couple of the players are AFK. So as soon as they are back, we are going to get things started. Well, we have a little bit of time. Let's keep going through this patch. We did talk about the change to the Sphinx earlier. Let's talk about the change to Mordred here as the unbought hero we saw last round.
Yeah, this is a hero that a lot of players have just decided not to buy. I wonder if this change is gonna force these, not force, but encourage these players to purchase Mordred. It's a great change. Is it going to be a top tier hero? I personally don't think so, but I think it's a really, really good change. I think it's going to be more fun to play. I think it's a bit better because the change is it will now summon the leftmost character in your hand as opposed to the highest attack character in your hand. That's a big change because I found in the past when you're playing Mordred, sometimes you have to sell a pair that you didn't want to sell because you're trying to prioritize what you want to summon out of your hand. And so this is a big help. You can be more gold efficient in some situations. You can hold on to pairs and be a little bit more greedy with it. It's still likely going to be a hero that you like to switch into later in the game as opposed to picking it from the beginning of the game. But I love the change.
Yeah, I think definitely just being a bit more conducive to strategizing and being able to set up interesting games and interesting plans makes a lot of sense to me. I know that I've certainly tried to get sneaky with Mordred and failed in the past, but we have a game. We don't have to talk about Mordred. The four heroes we're looking at are Merlin, Fallen Angel, Loki, and Zalhua. Now, personally, in my opinion, at least in the last patch, Fallen Angel was probably my favorite hero of the entire patch. What do you think is the choice here?
I call Loki my best friend because I can't explain it. I have great luck with Loki. I don't expect it to be the pick here, but I wanted to see the Loki. We, in fact, do see a very strong and very consistent hero in the Fallen Angel. I do think it's a top tier hero. Certainly no surprise.
Yeah, you do see the Angel picked up and a bad Billy Gruff to start things off. There is a second Billy Gruff in the shop. So what's interesting to me here is whether you're locking a 2-drop pair when you don't have a castable spell. And it looks like Godot is saying no. How do you feel about this choice?
I think I feel the same way you do, Monty. If that was a playable spell, I think you lock here. The pair is okay. It allows you to pick up a second evil, potentially get a treasure sometime later in the game. But this is a spot where you want a playable spell. Speaking of playable spells, there is one. These aren't necessarily the characters that you want to be buying on Fallen Angel. The good character that's offered is the egg, that can have some risk involved. The chicken is solid because you can trade it out for something better later. But this playable spell is quite nice. And now we're going to be able to have 3 characters on board as opposed to only 2 characters had we locked the previous shop.
Yeah, this is really the maximum reward that Godot could have gotten for being a little safer, or not safer, being a little more ambitious that previous shop and allowing to let the pair go. Gets a forbidden fruit, gets up to 3 units. The chicken can be saved for more flexibility in a future shop, ideally the next one, just to push up to that threshold. And unfortunately, the combination that kills exactly this egg is Lonely Prince plus Cinderella. So egg down, and that is a tough one for Godot here. Fortunately, does find a Black Cat, excellent unit off Fallen Angel. There are also 3 good units in the shop if you wanted to get that good buff on immediately, but it looks like Godot is just going to continue playing it slow, save the chicken, pick up the happy little tree and the Black Cat, and say that, all right, my egg was down. Oh, well, I can rebuild and things go on.
You obviously hate to lose the egg early in the game. You know it can happen. Unfortunately, it did. The bright side, at least we did pick up an extra character last turn thanks to that forbidden fruit. So we're not behind curve. We're not ahead of curve. We have a couple of good pieces for Fallen Angel. The Black Cat is a great pickup this turn. But our board looking pretty weak for this turn. We definitely expect to lose this one. And we really need to pick up, at the very least, 1 more evil next turn.
Yeah, the triple evil buff is significantly more important than the triple good, and there is a shadow assassin, so certainly going to see that picked up a ranged evil unit even better. I would love to see shadow assassin picked up and then a roll trying to buy a 3-drop unit here. I love this decision from Godot with that chicken. Now we may see something like the water wraith picked up and the shop locked, just because there are great good units in it. We could also just see the Shadow Assassin pair and letting it go. What would you do in this spot?
Yeah, I think these are all options. You could take the Ogre Princess as well. I find myself sometimes on this hero. You want the value of the hero power both from the good and the evil. I do find that sometimes it's better just to focus on one or the other because your overall board can be more synergistic as you get later in the game, and it doesn't feel awkward on some of those level 4 turns. You love the Water Wraith when you have a Black Cat, and as you alluded to, the evil attack is more important than the good health. So as long as we have this evil attack, I think we can continue to build an evil board. I'm sure we're picking up this Shadow Assassin as soon as this turn starts.
Yeah, maximum stats gained on the Water Wraith the first turn that is picked up. That is ideal. Now the two good. And I think, yeah, I
Okay.
was going to say this actually looked like a 3-turn shop to me because now you get to pick up the double good, get this buff going. The Ogre Princess is an excellent unit when you have this many added stats on it early. You can start getting economy going. But now there's a Shadow Assassin pair, and we never even talked about the Turkish Delight being the spell in this shop because the XP on Fallen Angel, when you can get your hero power online and have such a powerful early game, it almost feels like a free buy to me in a lot of games. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Godot go for the pair plus Turkish Delight next turn. And I have loved this 3-turn setup from Godot.
Yeah, this is a slightly different line than I thought Godot might be going for, but this is an amazing line. We have 7 gold next turn. What are we going to do with 7 gold? Well, likely the Turkish Delight as well as the Shadow Assassin. We're very happy with that. We can play the Shadow Assassin on board and still keep the 3 good characters on board. We are quite strong, so we're not really too worried about playing experience and losing any amount of tempo. Not to mention, now that we picked up this Ogre Princess, if we get good combat, maybe we get a free character off of that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, cat down. Stag does unfortunately get an attack, but the stats continue coming onto the Water Wraith. Ogre Princess gets her slay, and this is going to be an easy fight one here for wait for Godot. Red Rain going down there. And I think this turn has pretty much been scripted for a while now, and getting a Cinderella from that slay. So not even just a Cinderella, but you're getting a quest unit out of the pool and a potential free treasure as you just buy some spells throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, Cinderella, great pickup off of Ogre Princess. It removes it from the character pool for the remainder of the game, which is nice. It does look like Wait for Godot is not interested in playing the experience. I'm a little surprised. I will say, though, this is not the best turn necessarily to play experience because it does not get you to level 4 faster in the sense that you were going to have no gold left this turn and weren't going to see any additional shops. The one thing it could do is get you, say, to level 6 faster. But on a hero like this, you have a lot of tempo. It looks like Godot just going to be gold efficient going into level 4 next turn.
I think Godot would have bought the experience if that chicken had not shown up in the shop. But with the chicken allowing you to take that and use that as your floating economy into the next turn, especially at 3.2, I think it makes a lot of sense not to buy the XP spell and just take the economy that you can float. And once you have the chicken, of course, you do want to spend the other gold, even if it is at a point loss. So this makes a lot of sense to me. And this is a pretty powerful board from Godot up against Conquer on the Potion Master. And they are having a Wish Upon a Star turn. So an all-important win, not just for Godot, but for the whole lobby, denying this extra XP from the Potion Master who invested so much gold into that Wish Upon a Star. Just a great win there from Godot, and now a friendly spirit found.
We did not get the Ogre Princess slay in that last fight, but what I will point out is how well we've done with this Water Wraith. We've continually had good fight RNG to get Water Wraith scaling. It's up to a 13-13 now, which is pretty solid for 4.0 turn. We do pick up the Friendly Spirit, which works perfectly in front of the good support, as well as allows you still to easily play 3 good characters while continuing to upgrade your board. Obstinate Now Beauty's influence the Water Wraith, give it extra health. More likely it will continue to survive while the things around it die, so it can gain stats. Also, does this, which is creative and allows you to play 3 good characters. So the Water Wraith you likely want to continue to play because of its stat line. And it looks like Godot wanting to play more evil characters along with it. This allows you to keep the hero power active longer, I believe.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. We do see the monster book picked up now. Ogre Princess is still in the comp. Some things getting repositioned. I personally would have loved to see 3 units sold for the second Ogre Princess. I really like 3-drop pairs at this point in the game if you have the opportunity to pick them up, but I understand why Godot is not going for it, considering it is a
Oh,
sizable gold investment. And speaking of sizable, that is a very nice earthquake there.
yeah, it was a great earthquake, and you can't help but notice the double feasting dragon, quite strong. But is it going to be strong enough for this fight? Well, there is an 8/8 Amy, but
Ooh,
probably not going to be enough. Yeah, we
no,
get good enough fight RNG here.
there were ways for that to go, but unfortunately, that was not it for the opponent. And that is Godot picking up another win. Has to be happy with that as we look at the 4.1 shop. There was a soul tack ancient there, but Godot says not interested, and we roll on. There's a monster book pair. Do you think there's interest in that? I have to think so.
Yeah, of course we want the monster book pair. There's another ogre princess, and we are on 4 gold. I think there could still be some merit for picking up this pair. Level 3 treasures can be quite nice. Is this the spot? Wait for Godot once to go for it. And it looks like the Lady of the Lake was the hesitation there.
Yeah, and there we go. The Ogre Princess passed up yet again as we do see the shop continue rolling on. And we'll see what we can find here.
Yeah, so I feel like we've had a good turn after good turn after good turn this lobby. We don't have any treasures yet. But, this is the type of hero that you can be quite strong and quite healthy without treasures because the hero power is so strong at this stage of the game. We've got great pieces. We've got some pairs. We've got lots of potential. We have not played a lot of spells since we picked up the Cinderella, unfortunately, but not the priority here as we continue to navigate our way through this game. We are up against Celestial Tiger, who's played by Nuclear Goo, who's already off to a great start in the tournament. And we see the new Chupacabra in action.
The new Chupacabra in action, indeed. One of the heroes that benefits, one of the units that benefits, from that Chupacabra buff, of course, is the Friendly Spirit, one of the monsters that you would love to get extra stats on. So things continue looking good for Nuclear Goo, but taking 6 damage there, not the end of the world. They were pretty healthy, and we'll see what the choice is going to be for Godot here as a second Lady of the Lake is picked up. Oh,
Oh,
and there's a Water Wraith triple in a
hello.
box. You love to see it. I think it might be time for this Happy Little Tree to go, but instead selling the Ogre Princess from hand and the Good Witch from hand, and now there's an ancient sarcophagus, as well as a Merlin's hat and a cloak of the assassin. What are you looking for here?
This feels like a tough one. I think you can make a case for all of them. Merlin's hat, even if you're not looking to assemble any combination, say with Crystal Ball, it's still nice economy, allows you to play some spells that ordinarily might not be worth playing. So it looks like hat is the pickup. I want to go back to our previous opponent, Nuclear Goo, on Celestial Tiger. I don't know if you noticed or not, Monty. There was a Nutcracker on that board with 1 proc remaining at the end of the fight. They also had Steed as one of their treasures. So because they're Tiger, that Steed will be doubled, and that Nutcracker will actually give a level 6 treasure if they can complete it. We all know how hard it is sometimes to complete that Nutcracker. But if they can get there, let's watch out for the next time we have to face Celestial Tiger.
If anyone can do it, it is Nuclear Goo, and the lobby marches on. Wait for Godot against Pavlov. The names that we are watching in this lobby so far, we'll see how things go for them. And here comes the fireball from the monster book, as this does look to be a win thanks to that buff on the Lady of the Lake. Lady of the Lake, of course, not as strong since the nerf, both in the stats it has and the stats it gives, but still some of my favorite heroes alongside Sporko on Fallen Angel specifically, because with both sides of your hero powers online, having a 4/4 range that has this ability and potentially Telltale Quiver here, which I love with the Lady of the Lane backline, just a very nice unit in these mid-turn games.
Yeah,
Mid-game turns.
I'm not sure what Godot is thinking about. Maybe you could consider one of these other treasures, but it feels like Quiver for sure to me. I'd be surprised if it's not. And as we were talking, it is actually Fancy Pants. It's interesting. If you can pick up something like a Friendly Spirit, or maybe even this Robin Wood, could make some sense. You
Yeah, let's
can
get some stats on a Robin.
Yeah, you can get some value out of Fancy Pants. This feels a little on the late side to want to pick it up, but if you pick up the right units with it, it can still be worthwhile for sure. I want to go back again. Speaking of Nutcracker, we saw our prior opponent complete Nutcracker while having Skipping Stone in play. That will give them 3 treasures. So maybe they're going to get to level 6 quickly. So no surprise, we're going to have some stiff competition in this lobby. And are we going to get to this Robin Wood? I think we are.
The plan is yes. The question is what unit is being sold, and the decision is Friendly Spirit alongside another spell cast. But more interestingly, in my opinion, is the fact that you do see Godot valuing the permanent buff going on the Medusa rather than the Robin Wood. Perhaps a nod to just how important it is to have Medusa guaranteed to have 6 attack, just making sure to get that +3/+3 on it. So we do see that being the active choice from Godot, picking up the Robin Wood as well, as you mentioned. And now it is going to be a battle of the range backlines, but it is going to be Godot's backline that gets the job done here. Aaron Gertler, little beep on the Pied Piper down to 4 health, and we have our first casualty. It is unfortunately going to be Conquer on the Potion Master going down. Godot still at the top of the lobby, now going up against Takamoto on Zippy the Zombie. And what are you looking to do to improve here in the 5.1 turn?
Well, triples, the Lady Lake triple, Monster Book triple will both be great. I want to point out, again, we keep talking about our opponents. Every turn we face somebody strong. Our previous opponent had hat ball combo. This lobby is going to be fierce as we get later and later into the lobby. I'm happy that Godot is at 32 health. Gonna need to continue to get stronger every turn, some way, shape, or form. The Siren pickup is great. It's not a triple. There's a Nian, speaking of maybe getting some treasures, but the gold is a bit awkward to get to the Nian, I feel like.
I think you do have an avenue through the double book plus the Shadow Assassin cell to pick up the Nian if you're really looking to go for 5-drop treasure, which I do think is quite valuable. But it is selling a lot considering this is a good chunk of your power at the moment.
Yeah, opting just to buy the blind mouse out of the shop. I think that's leading to a lock for the Nian. Or if not, it's just a bank of gold because you didn't think, okay, it's not actually locking for the Nian. It's just a bank of gold because you don't expect you can get any other value out of the 2 gold you have remaining, which is very reasonable here. So we have a lightning bolt. Our opponent has a lightning bolt. Both decent targets for those spells.
Yeah, and there is an upgraded Nutcracker. One of the benefits of Zippy the Zombie with questing units specifically, being able to upgrade them while still having their quests. And Takamoto is at 4 health, but they've hit many power spikes. The Spear of Achilles and Helm of the Ugly Gosling on that side of the board. Helm, a newly minted 4-drop treasure. And some pairs here, a Siren pair, very much welcome, but not hitting treasures quite yet.
I have to say, Monty, I'm scared for everybody in this lobby because every single opponent we face is terrifying. Not just because of who they are, but what they've already done throughout the course of this game. We're not even that late into the game, and we continue to see incredible comp after incredible comp. I'm not surprised to see another lightning bolt played. These combat spells are quite nice in this spot. Now, what are we going to sell for this Lady of the Lake? Because certainly we're buying that this turn.
Almost certainly. I'm thinking Shadow Assassin plus Blind Mouse. Keep all of your pairs, continue setting up for more triples. You want better treasures. Forking Rod looks pretty good with that Merlin's hat. Getting a wider range of spells that you can double is always very tempting. And that's going to be the immediate pickup from Godot. Now with a double Siren backline, you get to consolidate your Lady Sats onto one unit there in the Water Wraith. And this line definitely feels like it is falling off from Godot. Does need to hit some power spikes over the next few turns. And the people with the lowest health in this lobby are the ones that are proving the most terrifying. So we'll see what Red Ram on the Curse King is up to. No hat ball for him. There is a Helm of the Ugly Gosling. There is an Ambrosia with a King Arthur getting permanent stats on a lot of units. Juliet down before Romeo, even though both are on the front line. So fortunate sequencing there for Red Rain, and it looks like it is probably going to be enough with the help of these Cupids to clean up this backline and deal a hefty amount of damage here.
That is a lot of damage. Yeah, that's Red Rain, who we saw win the previous lobby, and yeah, they're low in health, but that doesn't mean they're weak. Maybe this is one time we can underestimate the Ghost. We've talked about multiple times how you can't do so, especially in a lobby like this. Just because somebody's out doesn't mean they're not strong. However, we did lose Conquer a few turns back. So we probably have a bit of a freebie turn. We pick up an Ashwood, but we need some help. We need more help than just the Ashwood. We're down to 4 gold. Can we find it? Another triple would be nice. More pieces into tree comp potentially. Maybe we pivot more towards into scam, as we've seen quite a few times as well.
Yeah, there is a Heartward Guardian in this shop. If Godot feels like this fight is truly free and wants to try to greed a few more extra permanent stats on this Ashwood Elm, we did see, of course, it got the Fancy Pass buff already. As you mentioned, Conquer has been dead for a few turns, and there is the Heartward Guardian, so it wouldn't surprise me for Godot to feel safer in this fight. We did also see a copy of Kidnap cast. Now, that is cast twice thanks to Forking Rod, so 2 copies of the first unit that dies from Conquer here are going to be going to Godot, perhaps hoping to steal something of value here. Of course, we don't know what Conquer's board looked like, the last time they went out, and we'll see if this is going to offer any help to Godot. Well, Monster Book, there you go. That's a triple.
That's really nice. That's certainly above average, above expectation, I think, when you're facing a ghost that's been out for a little while. And wait a minute, that ghost is actually fairly strong. What is happening? You can never underestimate a ghost. I stand corrected.
All right. Well, with that Pigomorph off the Monster Book, things are going to be okay here. Maybe not as comfortable as Godot would have wanted, considering how he played, but is going to get the win. And there's another Ashwood Elm in the shop, but more importantly, 3 people died that turn.
Yeah, very timely ghost fight here for Godot, who had a very strong early game. It looked like as we got later into the lobby that it wasn't, enough to keep up with the lobby. I will say it's been very clean keeping the hero power active for both good and evil, which sometimes gets really awkward as you try to pivot, but we still currently have both parts of the hero power active. So well done on that. We gain 1 health. We're going to gain another health, which can be important.
2 health each time with the
you're right.
That was 4 health gained for Godot for nothing. They were completely free. That is absolutely massive when we've seen the lanes players go to the game with 1 health at this point in the game. To gain 4 for free is incredible for Godot there, Yuk.
Yeah, good point. Thank you for calling that out. Yeah, that it was actually 2 health for each one of those. 4 health is a lot. Could be the difference in surviving an extra turn. Maybe surviving 1 more turn allows you to face a ghost and improve your placement. We do know Godot is really needing a first place here to try to be live starting next lobby. Looks like it's going to be tough to do so, but Smite played twice, as well as quickly selling for the Green Knight, which works with these trees. Pretty good turn overall.
No lock for the exponential growth, despite it being great doubled up on these Ashwood Elms. And, well, that's Smite getting rid of that Empress P before it receives any good boy buffs, then killing the good boy before the bad boy. This is working out perfectly so far for Godot, though there is still a massive range unit on that backline that you would like your Medusa to take care of. So this is going to be all right. Well, that's gone, but still not a win here, taking some damage against Witcher. And the big thing I will point out, we're up against Aaron Gertler. We saw him much earlier hanging on with the Hackball. Now he's on a 4-win streak with Hackball. His units have been growing, and this is going to be a scary fight for Godot. And you know what else is scary? Still at the top of the lobby is Pavlov. We said Pavlov needs a top 2 finish here to be live in 3 rounds. It's not common, but it is doable to be live after 3 rounds, and Pavlov looks to be well on his way to doing just that, Yukmouth.
Yeah, watch out for Pavlov throughout the rest of this lobby. We play a Shrivel this turn, which because of Forking Rod, we get the value or the effect twice. We also pick up a Scion, which is nice because we've been playing spells as well as playing monster books on our board. I actually want to go back. This wasn't super meaningful, but I thought it was fun that our opponent's Smite that hit the Green Knight last turn didn't kill it. It remained alive on 2 health thanks to the hero power, which I mentioned was still active. It is not currently active now that we removed the Lady of the Lake. We only have 2 good characters, but a little fun thing that I noticed.
Yeah, this Fallen Angel hero power, it tends to not really be noticed anymore once you get later into the game as the stats become too large to really see a noticeable difference. But here, speaking of stats being too large, that is a 190, 169 upgraded sign on the storm thanks to Ambrosia here from Little Beep. Poison Apple going to land on the Spellweaver, but it's looking like this is going to be death for Godot. Fourth place is not going to be enough to get the job done. Godot will not be live after this lobby. We're going to swap over to Little Beef. We're going to see how this lobby is going. There are 3 alive, and I can tell you that Witcher did beat Pavlov in the previous fight. Now it's Little Beef against Pavlov, against Witcher. Little Big still continue to fight for survival. But for Pavlov, this is a huge ghost turn because he needs a top 2 in this lobby to keep his hopes alive.
Yeah, he wants either of these players to die. He doesn't care which one. He just wants carnage. If either of these players dies this fight, that will guarantee the top 2 that Pavlov is looking for. We pick up another Scion here. And did I see that right, Monty? Inside that croc, was that an evil witch? I think that's what I saw. Not the most common target to see inside of a croc. But when you're playing hat ball and just playing a lot of spells, especially when you have this Aeon, that croc may have even been free when it was cast.
There's definitely a free croc. I believe the free croc just was cast again on the same croc. So now that is a croc inside a croc that has an evil witch inside it. If you did in fact see correctly, I did miss it. We'll see if there's a freeze for this wizard cess here. I typically do freeze when I'm just hat balling, but we see Little Beef up against Witcher, Good Boys against Spells, and the Good Boys are doing a lot now with a Phoenix Feather and Reduplicator on Empress P. No Horde of Olympus, of course, so the second Empress P in the 1 position. Not going to do that much, but okay, let's see if the stats are enough. They definitely are, and this is the good news that Pavlov was looking for because Little Beef is out in 3rd place. And that means as we go to a finals between Witcher and Pavlov, Yukmouth, we have our first player live for winning the whole thing in the SBBTracker champs here.
Yeah, we do. That's exciting, but that has to put all the other players on high alert. You have to be very aware of where they stand in every lobby from here on out. And I want to point out, look at the board that Witcher has. There's a Medusa on the board. It is another board that it doesn't seem like the Medusa really fits, but that just, again, goes to show the power of what Medusa brings to the table. You can play it in a lot of situations. Yet another one where it not only plays, but likely gets value here. You mentioned last fight, we did not get a lot of value out of the Phoenix Feather because the Empress P, or I'm sorry, out of the Reduplicator, because the Empress P that summoned in slot 1 was not supported, and even still won that fight. Are we going to be able to win this one? 14 health, it might not even be the last fight, depending on how this goes.
Yeah, we of course do not know what is on Pavlov's board, but we do know the last time Pavlov and Witcher faced, Witcher did come out on top. So the real question here is, did Pavlov improve in strength in a meaningful way since that last fight? And we are going to find out right now in the finals. It is Trees up against this good board from Witcher. And I gotta say, I don't know if the Trees have what it takes here, as the Medusa is going to get the job done here. There is still double Phoenix Feather, excuse me, thanks to Reduplicator, ready to summon if something was to die. Doesn't even need it. 8 damage dealt to Pavlov. The game is not over, but it feels like it is already. Hey,
Yeah, we did take out our opponent's Medusa at the start of the fight with a spell, which was helpful. I think we were likely going to be winning that fight anyway. Now, this is an interesting spot. This is, a triple, which in some ways you want it, but it does remove a good ranged character off of your board if you do decide to take this. Wait, looks like maybe we're going for the evil twin to
baby.
combine the good boy. Yeah. I like this even better.
Yeah, I think you sell one of the ladies, actually, if you really want to keep this Medusa, depending on how you think which is going to be more important. I think range units are personally more important going up against the Trees. So I do like selling the Medusa here. But yeah, selling the chicken plus a unit, evil win is going to be the find. Now a Mimic as
Mimic, yeah.
well. I would love to see Mimic here, maybe replacing this Reduplicator, considering it
Yep.
does the same thing,
Beautiful.
but also doubles your Singing Sword. And yeah, that's an excellent, meaningful upgrade here for Witcher, who is already ahead in that fight, and Pavlov needs a lot of help.
Yeah, we got much stronger that turn. I like the triple. I love the Mimic. I like that we kept the ranged as opposed to the Medusa. We know what our opponent has now. We've gained information. Now we just continue to fight that same opponent until we can kill him. I'm assuming we can probably kill him this turn. However, Medusa getting the first attack and attacking immediately into the good boy, that changes things.
It does change things. Some of these friendly spirit buffs do need to go on this Empress P in order to give it meaningful stats, and there it is. So now that Empress P stats goes there, and I think this is still going to be an easy victory for Pavlov, despite that Medusa, because of the power of this treasure suite.
Yeah, exactly that. We still had enough stats.
Sorry,
It
for
was
Witcher,
nice that,
excuse me.
yeah, it was nice that the friendly spirit buffs the Empress P. It looked like that might be a close one when we lost the good boy at the start of the fight. Well played by both players. It was really well done to place that Medusa in slot 1, hoping for that attack or the attack into the Empress P had some value. It's not enough, though. Witcher able to do a little too much and is going to take down this lobby.
Really great stuff from both our players. We do know one player, that is Pavlov, is live after this round to win the whole thing. But for now, we are going to go to a quick break, just get refreshed, give the players a bit of a break as well. We'll be back pretty shortly. We'll take a look at the updated leaderboard after 3 rounds, and we will bring you round 4 of this top 8 race action. Don't go anywhere. Hello, my friends, and welcome back to the SBB Tracker Champs. My name is Monty. I have the pleasure of being joined by Yukmouth, as I have had all weekend long, and we are well and truly in the thick of it. 3 rounds in the book in day two here. We are doing the top 8 race format. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. Let's see where things stand after 3 rounds of this race format. And things looking pretty dire for Conquer, unfortunately, not having the best day. But over on the other side, Pavlov is having an absolutely incredible day. It takes a lot to be live in this 25-point race format after 3 rounds, but a third, a second, and a first is exactly enough to do it. And that means Pavlov is our first live player. Looking down the leaderboard, we do see 4 more players. That's Wait for Godot, Red Rain, Witcher, and Nuclear Goo that are at least at 15 points. That means that they are live to be live after this round, potentially with Aaron Gertler, Takemoto Haifuman, and Conquer still on the outside looking in, looking for some of those bigger results. Aaron does pick up a third place finish that round, but it's not quite enough. And I believe we are getting the next lobby underway pretty shortly here. But while we're doing that, Yuck, any thoughts on this leaderboard?
Well, we're getting down to crunch time, or are we? Again, that the race format leaves this still wide open. You said it's not a great spot for Conquer. It's certainly not a great spot, but you're not eliminated. You still have a chance. You just need to start winning some games, and we know all of these players have the ability to win games. So we do have that one player that's live. That's Pavlov, first, second, and third place in 3 games. Very impressive. But now you have to win a lobby to win the whole thing, and everybody else in the lobby is going to try to play spoiler.
Yeah, really, Pavlov has put the lobby in check now, right? But that does go both ways, which is the entire lobby has now put a target on Pavlov's head. There's not going to be any punches pulled when it comes to combat spells, Medusas, lightning dragons. If you have an opportunity to knock Pavlov down, you have to do it in hopes of your own survival in the tournament. Typically, a philosophy that we see in Storybook Brawl is we don't really see targeted attacks against an individual player because that's a losing strategy. You are playing against 7 other people, not one other person. So if you expend your resources keeping one player down, you're allowing 6 other players to rise up that haven't spent those resources, so they will pull ahead of you. That all goes out the window in the race format when if you don't keep one player down, they end the tournament.
Yeah, this is a spot too where the players who get knocked out early in the lobby, if the player or players that are live are still in the lobby, you're going to be waiting anxiously to see if the lobby is going to, or if the tournament is going to end, as it's out of your control at that point. So, yeah, it's going to be stressful. It's not going to be, hey, I got knocked out. Let me wait for the next lobby to start. It's going to be sitting on the edge of your seat, hoping that there's one more chance for you to shine as they appear to be starting to get the lobby ready. We'll jump in as soon as we can.
One more chance indeed, and we are going to be watching Pavlov, of course. When you have a player live, you want to see if they can go the distance here. It would be a rare sight to see a player close out a 25-point race in the minimum number of rounds. 4 rounds is an absolutely incredible feat, especially when you're playing against the very best of the game. Let's see if Pavlov is going to be able to do it as soon as the game begins. They are just getting it started momentarily.
Yeah, we've previously seen some interesting outcomes of the race format. We've seen in the past within Storybook Brawl, some of these can be won in the minimum number of games. We've also seen, as you mentioned earlier, you can go the maximum number of games. We don't know how many games we have left, but we do know that the player we're spectating, Pavlov, if they win the lobby, that's going to be it. They're going to be crowned the SBB Tracker champ.
Yeah, and that is going to come with the $1,000 prize pool, $1,000 first place prize going to him. And just really incredible work so far from him and all the players in this tournament. It can be tough seeing somebody that had such a good first day to make it to this top 8, like Conquer, having that rough day two and not getting those results. But we have to remember that somebody has to come eighth, and these lobbies are incredibly tough.
Yeah, they're not going to get any easier. I mean, the further you get into the tournament, the more important each and every game is. They've all been important from the beginning of day one. They only continue to get more and more difficult. It looks like our lobby is starting. As soon as we can get in there, let's see what we're going to be offered for heroes.
Yeah, I am taking a look and I see three little witches, the Sphinx, Celestial Tiger, and Pan's Shadow. If I need a first place, I'm picking Pan's Shadow. How do you feel, Yukmouth?
I think you could also go Tiger to try to get a first place and try to high roll an early lock chest, for instance. I think Tiger or Pan Shadow. I think it needs to be one or the other. We talked about the change to Sphinx earlier. I don't think that's any consideration. And normally, Three Little Witches is nice, but in the spot where you only need a first place, I don't think that's the direction you're going.
All right, what's the pick for Pavlov? It is the Witches. Not going to be making any concessions to the fact that he needs a first place. Going to pick the more consistent quote unquote hero. And this is not the type of shop you like to see if you are the Fates, excuse me, as none of these units are really the ideal fated unit in my opinion.
Yeah, this is a solid hero, and you can certainly win with this hero, but this shop does not make it easier to win. These are definitely not the characters that you're hoping for when you pick this character or this hero. I'm sorry, because that now is a faded zebra corn. You're going to continue to be offered the zebra corn until you triple it. This for glory is kind of interesting. It looks like we're going to play that and lock and buy the two zebra coins next turn. Looks to be the play. This is an okay start. But again, this is not the character that you really want to be faded.
Yeah, you really do not. However, once it is actually upgraded, the stats are quite nice. The question is, can Pavlov get this for glory off? That would go a long way in terms of making this early game look a lot better. So, step one, beat Witcher this fight, and let's see what he is up to on the Phoenix Angel. Witcher has started off with 3 units, thanks to, I would guess, a roll the dice that came off of a genie's wish, and that means no for glory value denied for Pavlov, and this early game continues to look miserable.
Yeah, this is not going well at all. We are probably going to buy this other zebra corn. I can't imagine we want to lock for it as we level next turn. We are not going to be incredibly strong this turn, but we will have a pretty large zebra corn. As you mentioned, the upgraded characters will also get +3/+3 thanks to the hero power. And as we're waiting to see what Pavlov does exactly this turn, I want to point out our upcoming opponent, another Merlin. This is the second Merlin we've seen today. And I love playing Merlin. I always have. I am a bit surprised. I'm also a bit surprised that we're actually going to lock for this zebra coin.
Well, this is, I would actually say, a mistake here from Pavlov because your zebra corns are faded. You don't need to lock to see another one in your next shop. So you could have just let that go. So unless this is Pavlov trying to float zebra corns into multiple turns, you could and get 2 upgraded ones, which would be very ambitious. It feels like you could have just let that shop go. As things stand, here we are. The Minotaur picked up, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a Zebracorn picked up as well as a Cinderella plus the Witch's Brew this turn. At least that works out cleanly. Noble Steed could go with the Cinderella that you have in your shop, or you could pick a Jack's Jumping Bees if you're just looking for a boost in stats.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make, Monty, that we didn't actually have to lock. I think you're right. I can't imagine we were ever considering taking multiple zebra corns, possibly just a mistake. It's going to be exactly what you mentioned. This Steed is pretty solid when you know you can pick up a Cinderella as well as play a spell this turn. So where do you target the spell? It's going to be on the Mim. Still not a great board state that we have here on 3.0.
Yeah, this is not the start you're looking for when you need a first place as the three little witches. The Fates typically is considered, it can sometimes be an inconsistent hero. It has ups and downs depending on your first shot and depending on how the early game goes. But especially when your start is like this, part of the problem is your hero power is only really active. The buff on upgraded units when you're already having a good time hitting upgraded units. So it doesn't really help you as a comeback mechanic. It doesn't give you that boost in finding upgrades. It doesn't give you economy strength, and that makes it a bit of a weakness in the mid game if you're already having a rough time. And that's the hole that Pavlov has unfortunately fallen into now. Is he's had a rough start, and his hero power is offering no help to get him out of that position.
Yeah, we're at 22 health. We're going to need to see Pavlov work some magic to find a way out of this. This is also a little bit uncomfortable. All 3 drops in the shop, and actually all have some merit. The Peep is pretty good in front of the Mim. The Pig is a little bit ambitious because I don't know if you're strong enough to actually protect the Pig for yourself. You may be giving away gold, but it's also awkward because we have the Cinderella. With the Steed, we would love to play spells, but because we only have 6 gold, we're not able to play a spell this turn.
It really speaks to the depth of this game when we can look at this shop and does actually end up locking it, surprisingly. And I would have gone for exactly the opposite 2 units that Pavlov ended up buying that turn. I would have wanted to go for the Shadow Assassin plus the Stag, and Pavlov went for the Princess Peep plus the Prize Pig. And I don't think there's really much merit in calling one decision better than the other. There's just so many choices to make in the game.
Yeah, we can even go back to the hero choice. This is not the hero that I would have chosen, but it doesn't mean it was a bad decision. This is potentially a very good hero. Unfortunately, not a really good hero with the start that we had. We didn't know that at the time we chose it, but yeah, very complex game, a lot of choices. And this turn, we're gonna pick up the characters that we locked as well as the spell. It's a solid turn. I'm not disappointed in it, but when we were already behind, is a solid turn enough?
Yeah, I really don't know if it is. As I talked about last turn, uh, your big avenue back into this game right now does come in the form of triples. So locking a shop for 2 more disconnected units, not pairs, and picking those up for a little bit of strength here, it really feels like your boat is filling with water and you're trying to empty it out with a bucket. You're making some moves, like you are getting some water out, but you're not actually making any sort of meaningful headway towards recovery and safety.
I love your analogies. You're giving me the visuals to match the situation that we're in. Yeah, this is uncomfortable. We see our opponent gets a pretty decent baby dragon attack, gets to stag attack. They have golden characters, which if those golden characters survive and deal damage, that's going to be a huge hit for us. One that we can't
How are we
really afford
killing
to
them?
take. Yeah, that's the problem. We
That's
can't.
10 damage. Pavlov is at 7 health, going to 4.0, finds 2 more pairs, and neither of those are offering any help. There is a gingerbread knight. That is one of the comeback mechanics in the game, having the ability to have the larger unit, but picking up another Princess Peep. Now, if you have the right attack sequencing, those Princess Peeps are able to get the job done here. But that is a big ask. And I think you have to cast that Kidnap. I think you
Yeah.
have to work your way towards flipping the Cinderella next turn. And that starts by selling this Minotaur and this Prize Pig to get a spell cast this turn. There's no guarantee you're going to live, but at least it gives you a shot.
Yeah, I agree. We have to. We need to play a spell this turn for the Cinderella. Maybe we kidnap something that's strong. We're against a Galahad that's fairly healthy. A Galahad that's fairly healthy. We see they only have 1 treasure, but that's going to mean that their board is buffed in some way, shape, or form thanks to that hero power. Yeah, we're happy to pick up the Gingerbread Knight. We, I think, have to do this positioning with the Stag in slot 2. We need to greed this positioning. We need to gain as much power as we can on board. We need good fight RNG for the Stag to attack, for the Peeps to both have board space to summon. At 7 health, we likely can't even survive a single loss at this point.
Yeah, it is going to be a big ask to come back into this game. The Kidnap was cast at least, so that is the start. And hopefully for Pavlov, Red Rain is not too big here as we get a look at what he is working with. That is already a Hippocampus that has grown quite a bit. Your Stag got his attack off First Princess Peep getting max summon value. Second Princess Peep going to get max summon value. And I think this was what Pavlov needed to have a shot in this fight, as now the Shadow Assassin on the backline, as well as this Zebracorn, can clean things up or at least get you a tie at worst. And there's the win. So big win for Pavlov there.
Yeah, I'm huge, honestly. Just one more turn. You still have a lot of work to do. You can't be happy for too long. You're happy to make it another turn, but forget that. Figure out how to do it again. This shop, not amazing. We're going to roll past it. You can't really chase Black Cat Pair at this point. And so probably have to roll again. Maybe we need another Gingerbread Knight just for some tempo. Still trying just to stabilize. A Peep Triple would be okay, but we would have to hit a pretty solid, meaningful treasure off of it. There's a Medusa. We've seen Medusa utilized in quite a few comps today.
We definitely does need to guarantee that he casts a spell this turn, so that has to be at the forefront of his mind as well. There's the Medusa positioning being potentially opened up time and time again. We have seen Medusa in position 5, and we are going to see it one more time here. Now a Beauty's Influence that can go on the Medusa if you would like to flip this Cinderella, and treasure choices. All right, Haunted Helm or Sting. I don't think you're in the position of having the luxury of Crystal Ball. What is going to be the pick here to go alongside your Gingerbread Knight? Now a lock for that Vulture, I assume. But this is still a precarious position here.
Money, I really wish we had put the Stag in slot 1 here. I talked about needing to be greedy, but I think this turn we wanted to be greedy in a different way. If the Stag attacks in front of the Medusa, it's big. Not to mention, when we have Sting, if slot 1 opens up, these Peeps sometimes summon in that Sting slot, these sheep, that come from the Peep. I think there was potentially better positioning here. That doesn't mean this isn't going to work out. A very close fight. Do we attack into the range? We do. We are going to make it done.
Oh, Pavlov living through these fights with the tightest of margins, still well below the rest of the lobby. And we'll see what the pickup is here. It is going to be the Vulture. I don't think you have the luxury of waiting for the Stag here. I think you have to keep rolling, but we'll see what the choice is going to be for Pavlov. And I completely agree with you. This Medusa makes a lot of sense in the first slot. Looks like it is going to be some repositioning to get a Black Cat in that slot, trying to get double value off of that Sting. I like that as well. And this makes a lot of sense to me. And it looks like the Stag pair is going to get picked up after all.
Yeah, it is. And there's a Time Flies that maybe we want. If we want the Time Flies, we certainly play Feed the Kraken before we buy it. We have board space issues anyway because we already have so many summons. It is good if you get the right fight RNG with the Sting, with the Vulture on board. Looks like we're going to pass and look for something better. A combat spell might be great if we can find something, but it just feels like each turn we're scrambling and we're not really hitting these super strong plays that you're hoping for and what you know is going to be a tough lobby. True Love's Kiss potentially incoming? No, it's a Sporko. Okay.
Yeah, getting that Mim upgraded into a Sporko. Pretty nice here. Sporko, of course, a shadow of his former self, but still a powerful unit, or it was going up against Witcher on the Phoenix Angel, who is 2 XP ahead of you and has 5 drops to work with. I think this is death. I don't think I see a way out of this one. Yeah, I think Pavlov is done.
Yeah, we tried to stabilize, but it was just the start was so bad. There was really very little room to recover. We tried for a bit of a mid-game strategy with with the animals, the summons. It's not enough in this case. Something we haven't seen a lot of in this tournament are lightning dragons, and honestly, not a lot of soul tax. I thought maybe we'd see them more often. I wonder if we'll see more of those going forward. But unfortunately, Pavlov needed a first, ended up in 8th. Not ideal.
All right. Well, we're going to have at least one more round. We are swapping over to Witcher, who did knock Pavlov out there. As bad as that game was for Pavlov, things going all right for Witcher. 15 health, not ideal, but you are the Phoenix Angel. You are 2 XP ahead of the lobby, already sitting at 5.2. Going to get your free 6-drop next turn. Or if you really want to force the issue, you could go for a Wish Upon the Heart this turn, though it is a massive gold investment. Wouldn't be surprised just to see a Robin Hood picked instead here.
Yeah, I think you can go either way here because when you level, you get a free character, and sometimes that's a very impactful character. Speaking of impactful, Hercules. If you can start to get some progress on that Hercules, you probably can't complete it in a single turn when it has 28 attack, but any progress could be beneficial long term. This is a hero that you can make this play. Any other hero likely doesn't want to play experience here, but this hero, it sometimes works out. Now, if you want to position a certain way, you can get the Herc up to 34 attack. But no, we're going to leave it. It looks like 28 going into this fight.
All right. Well, Nuclear Goo had those early feasting dragons, and look at the upgraded feasting dragon and what it is capable of, the growth that could come from Goo here going into the late game and not getting the job done there. Big win for Witcher, specifically getting Tomb Procs off of that Hercules as well. 44 of the damage left to be dealt could realistically get it done this turn.
Yeah, and we talked about lightning dragons. We saw another lightning dragon, and there's another one in the shop. I don't know that we want it. We are going to play Blaze of Glory on the Lance, which will complete it this turn. Let's see what else we can do. Now that we're on level 6, it opens up a lot of possibilities here. Is this strictly leaning towards being a slate comp? A fairies, a second fairies? It's not necessarily the late game strategy you want to go for. It is good tempo. It's also a pair. Maybe you could consider that, and maybe that's why we're pausing here. But we definitely have some decisions to make this turn.
Yeah, you do see which are doing a lot of moving around, seeing where this Mim buff is going. The Water Wraith was on the sidelines for a bit, but that is providing a large chunk of attack to the Shoulder Fairies you already have, and might be the consideration for buying the second Shoulder Fairies as well. You did see that Blaze of Glory getting this Lancelot's quest done, so hoping to survive through this turn, as well as finding a 6 and 5-drop treasure, ideally. Now there's an Empress P that you can pick up in the shop, or a Doom Breath. That's going to be a nice chunk of attack. It also means that now this Water Wraith is replaceable if you choose to do so. And a lock here, I wonder if that's just for the Drink Me potion, or if there is still consideration for that Empress P as well.
I mean, potentially even for the added attack to the Doom Breath. There was sorry, I'm forgetting the name of the spell, but plus 10 attack spell. Yeah, I think if we had more supports and our support wasn't Mim, you could maybe even consider Empress P. Doesn't feel like that's going to be the route we go. The good news is we complete the Herc quest and the Lance quest. We're going to have some treasures. Very big deal. We unfortunately do take some
Hand of
damage.
Midas.
Yeah, Hand of Midas looks like it's...
There's an Empress P in the shop.
There is.
Yeah, and you said if we had more supports, well, we have an upgraded Riverwish Mermaid. That is a support that could work with the Empress P. It is hard to get that scaling going necessarily, but if you can, with the upgraded Empress P, get some more stats on the board, this could go a long way in Beginning Stone now as well, and this pieces might be coming together here, yeah.
I like it a lot more now. If you can Hand of Midas, as well as within Beginning Stone, it gains extra stats. So more likely that it's going to get value. You hope that you're not playing the Mim. You're going to play the River Wish behind it, and hopefully you can find another support that's ranged. But if you can't, you're willing to play the Mim, I suppose, for another turn. If you can get a Slay here, the stats get pretty big pretty quickly. And yeah, this Beginning Stone, Hand of Midas, this treasure combo worked out really well this turn.
Yeah, really nice. Not the cleanest turn. There's a Boomhilda. Let's go. Time to sell. That is the evil unit that you want supporting this Empress P. That is the evil unit you want giving attacks to your Shoulder Fairies. And I think you need to sell for. It is looking to be perhaps the Mim, and most of this hat. Hold on to the Doom Breath, maybe. And actually, the Shoulder Fairies is the piece that's gone. So here we go, Boomhilda on the board, and Baby Bear with that Boomhilda buff, perhaps staying on the comp as well.
Yeah, something else I want to point out here. Lightning Dragon has some pretty decent... Whoa, I was going to say has decent synergy. Forget the synergy. We Lightning Dragon into a Bearstein, which is amazing, especially when there's...
the Slay.
Yeah, especially when there's Copycat and Wombats. I was going to say it's great attacking in slot 1 because a lot of times it does not delay your Empress P being able to attack, and you really want that to be able to slay. Even after taking out the Bearstein, though, there's still a lot of stuff on our opponent's board.
This is the power of the new summoning portal. You can see just how out of hand it gets, how quickly these pigs are about to be summoned, and they are going to be large. And it is actually going to be a loss. Witcher takes a loss
Wow.
down to just 1 health. One is not zero, of course, and getting a ghost fight now against Red Rain. Witcher would like to survive as long as possible, but wow, that is a tough loss there.
Yeah, so Witcher currently standing at 17 points here on day 2. So needing a top 2 to be able to make themselves live for the next game. So huge, surviving on 1 health in the dream. Now you get the ghost fight, and look at the health of the players in the lobby. We have a few players on low health. This may somehow allow you to sneak in to a top 2 situation, which is what you're aiming for.
Yeah, exactly. Aaron Gertler was the player you just faced. You're hoping that they knock out whoever they face. You're against the Ghost, so it is not unimaginable to be down to top three after this round if you can survive against this Ghost. And then from there, you just have to beat one other player to get yourself into that live position.
Yeah, and as I'm taking a look at it, Monty, we have Nuclear Goo playing the Headless Horseman, who needs a first place this lobby to be able to be live. None of the other players can be live here. So we have 2 players to really keep a close eye on that can make themselves live potentially for next round.
Wow, there's a Baba Yaga. We actually saw the Boomhilda being sold for a Baba Yaga here, trying to use the Baba Yaga with the River Wish Mermaid. It is still a ranged support. Wow, both Lightning Dragons missing on the important supports, and that means that you get that slay with
Huge,
the Baba Yaga and the River Wish Mermaid. That's a lot of permanent stats.
huge, really. Yeah. And I wonder at this point if you want to leave the River Witch Mermaid in. You would love to continue scaling, but also having a ranged character behind your Empress P now that it's already substantially large could have some merit. We're gonna try a shot at switching heroes, but Jack Giant, Tiger, Krampus, and Miri. I'm not pumping my fist here, Monty.
Well, your Phoenix Angel does not have a hero power, so you are changing regardless. I would guess we're going to see Jack's Giant be the pickup here,
Miri
but it's
for
actually Miri.
yeah,
You've gotten 4 royal upgrades that game,
yeah.
so that is meaningful stats added to your Empress P, your River Witch Mermaid, and your Hercules. Makes a lot of sense to me. I didn't even consider it, and I am the world's #1 Miri enthusiast, so love to see that pickup here on the big stage. We did see Takimoto going down there. Conquer also surviving at 1 health. Nuclear Goo from Horseman to Pan's Shadow trying to make that bid for a first place finish. And this lobby is really heating up.
Yeah, I mean, look at the health totals. If you look at the health bars at the top on 1 health, us and our opponent, you don't see the health bar, but 1 health. That last health is the most important one. Yeah, the switch into Miri is kind of spicy. I said I wasn't pumping my fist. I'm still not. However, this is a decent amount of value. The extra stats on the Hercules, it's nice to have, but the meaningful part of this is the Empress P getting extra stats, which will then hopefully be shared with the supports behind it. I don't know if the stats make a difference, but switching heroes works out okay here. If we attack first, we can maybe get some Medusa value as well. But this is an important fight. Somebody's going to be dying if we don't have a tie here.
I will note that Wait for Godot was at 21 points coming into this lobby. Needed 4 to be live. Went out of 7th place. So Godot not live for the next lobby. We are still seeing if there is going to be anyone live outside of Pavlov, and that is Conquer going out in 4th place. You are down to a top 3, but unfortunately, Witcher needs top 2, and there is a very large Little Beef standing in his way.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that we had not seen a lot of lightning dragons or soul tax. And wow, that soul tack, it was a bit effective against the lightning dragon. I do not, in fact, see the future. I don't have a crystal ball, but I'm not surprised to see the lightning dragon and the soul tack a little more prominent, a little more prevalent in this lobby. Yeah, what can we do here? I still wouldn't mind replacing this River Wish with a range support, and we do exactly that. Here's a Sporko.
Yeah, Sporko picked up. There is a Good Boy, but unfortunately, all evil supports on this backline means that even though Good Boy is excellent, thanks to that beginning stone, it is a large gold investment for not enough gain at the moment. And if you make one of the supports, the River Wish, that does help the bid for the good boy to potentially
W-
come in, but
Wait
it
a minute
is
here,
still
Monty.
asking a lot.
Looks like we're
Oh,
setting up
there's
for
the
the Yorm.
Jormungand.
Yeah, we're setting up
Ooh,
for the Yorm. So if you have the
excuse
Medusa with
me.
the River Wish, it very likely gets a Slay. And if it gets a Slay, you can position the Yorm in front of the Baba, which allows you to find a good way to leave the River Wish in, not only for the Medusa to get the Yorm going, but also for the River Wish to gain more permanent stats if you are able to survive and go later into this lobby. This is interesting. Yeah, I don't know if this is something that Witcher was planning to do, but once you see this shop, I really like this play.
This is a really cool play. I think this Empress P River Wish Mermaid comp is something that you see most common on ladder. Wow, getting that slate on the time flies that was summoned immediately great. Your Yormungand is still alive. Your Empress P got the slay. That is huge. Look at
Yeah.
that Yorm grow and the stats go into the backline as well. Of course, this is still a scary board. There are a lot of summons coming out here. However, there is still a chance here for Witcher to survive this fight, despite all the incredibly large summons coming out from. Oh, that's not an animal, but it's a pumpkin with
Oh,
that
okay.
summoning portal. All right, it's not going to be enough, but it looks scary for a moment. And
Yeah, it did.
Witcher survives. The bid continues, and it's time to take down Nuclear Goo if you want to get that top two positioning. And yeah, I was going to say this is really a ladder comp, getting that River Wish Mermaid plus Empress P going, because it feels like it requires a lot of pieces to go right, and you need a lot of time to set it up. And that's not something you're usually afforded in a tournament scenario. Ladder a bit slower, a bit more casual, a wider range of players means that you can do some big flashy things like that. Getting it in a tournament lobby is absolutely insane here for Witcher, getting this Empress P scaling with River Witch Mermaid.
Yeah, it's a lot of stats. Now we pick up an Echo, which is potentially a lot of stats. If we can find a Hermes Magic Beans, which we've already played a spell, I was going to say Hermes Magic Beans would be really big here. Smite potentially gets value, though. What a good storyline in a lobby where nobody is live. We have the player we're watching who needs a top two to be live. And we have Nuclear Goo, our opponent upcoming on the Pan Shadow, needs a first place to be live for next round. So this is a meaningful fight here. Both of these players trying to become live.
Yeah, this is a meaningful fight indeed. Aaron Gertler was our player on the outside looking in. That is a huge smite, and that is both Lightning Dragon hits going into the Baba Yaga that is being supported by that Soltak Ancient. So no slays, and that means that I think this
Yeah.
is going to be a win coming out. And with the upgraded unit surviving, it is Nuclear Goo going out. Witcher is live.
Yeah, that's best case scenario for Witcher. You prevented Nuclear Goo from becoming live. You become live yourself, and that's partially due to the recognition of what your opponent has been doing. This Soltak getting huge value. You don't necessarily want to play it in every matchup, but having it available to throw it in the matchup where you do need it sometimes makes all the difference, because that opponent, that comp that we were up against, if it starts to get slays, it snowballs. We didn't allow for that thanks to the soul tag. Now, what can we do to win this fight? We've already talked about it. It doesn't really matter as far as becoming live, but certainly Witcher looking for a way to win this.
Right. Hey, Aaron Gertler, our opponent, also doesn't care for a placement here, is on the outside looking in. Of course, first place would be better considering he was at 14 coming into this round. If he gets a 10 going up to 24, that means any finish in the next round would get him live, which is a more comfortable place to be than needing at least a fifth or sixth place finish. So that is what Aaron is fighting for. Witcher is comfortable knowing that he has gotten his live status unlocked. So now it's just a matter of who can get this win. As you mentioned, the Soul Tag coming out, the opponent is on animals, nothing to worry about in terms of backline attack there. And it looked like there was a moment where Witcher was considering going all in, putting the second Echo Wood in over the Sign of the Storm, but deciding not to, playing it a little bit more safe, knowing that if I get sabotaged in some way and I'm all in on double Echo Wood, I am just dead in the water. And that is an upgraded copycat with double good boy. Things have really geared up here for Aaron Gertler. But that is going to be the sleigh coming out at least. And we'll see if this Empress gets the sleigh. It does not. So this Jormungand is not going to do enough. And I think this is going to be the end of the road for Witcher.
Yeah, if we had more ranged, maybe there would be a way to get there. Unfortunately, we don't. We still had the River Wish in there, which it wasn't bad, but yeah, at some point, if you can get that extra range in there, sometimes that matters. We do come up a little bit short. I was going to ask if we were able to win that, if we could count that a win for Miri, or if Miri is not
I
deserving
would
of
have counted
credit.
it a win for Miri. It
Okay,
was really the extra stats that carried Witcher over the finish. Honestly, second place is a win for Miri. I always say
that's
Miri is
fair.
a second place or seventh place hero. So if you get seventh, that's the loss. If you get second, that's the win. So
Okay.
you know what? We're gonna take that. That is the first win for Miri in a tournament setting this year, and we're gonna give all the credit of that to Witcher.
Okay. And as we had talked about throughout that lobby, that's going to mean that we will have two players live going into our next round. So that's the end of round 4. And actually, that's Witcher getting first place in round 3 and round 4.
Yeah, and it's really impressive to be in a position where you're live after you started the day out as Witcher did, which was with an eighth place finish. It looked really rough at the start of the day, but the mental fortitude to shake that off and come back, getting first a fourth place, then first, and putting yourself live to get that win in this top eight. If Witcher can make it 3 in a row, you're already on hot streak. Why not? That's going to be the end of the tournament, Yuck.
Yeah, but maybe this round isn't going to be the end because we have 6 players looking to make sure that Witcher and Pavlov can't end it right here as they're fighting over a prize pool. Nobody here is going to leave empty-handed, but it is $1,000 for first place. I'm sure they all want that, and maybe even more importantly, they definitely want the title and a little bit of bragging rights.
Yeah, of course. As we take a look at our leaderboard and talk about where things stand after 4 rounds, I will remind people that a lot of the players that are playing in this tournament, the list of invitees started with all of the would-be World Championship competitors. So this is really the cap off to the 2022 competitive year that we may not have gotten. Hopefully, we will get an official one later on in the future, but at the moment this is our cap off to the 2022 year. And this is us finding out who reigns supreme at the end of this competitive season. So the bragging rights are there, the title is there, and let's take a look at that leaderboard.
Yeah, we have Witcher, as I mentioned, won 2 lobbies in a row, now standing at 27 points and is live. If they win the next round, the tournament will be over and they will be crowned champ. Same goes for Pavlov, who sits at 26 points. Not too far behind, we have Wait for Godot at 23 points, Nuclear Goo at 22, as well as Aaron Gertler sitting at 22 points. We have Red Rame at 20, only needs 5 points to become live for the following round. Obviously, these players are not live for the current round, or the upcoming round, I should say. We have Takimoto Haifuman on 13, and Conquer still struggling to get it going, but not out of it. Stay in there, hang in there, do your best, Conquer. Maybe there's still a chance.
Yeah, Conquer and Takamoto, of course, having a bit of a rougher day, but as long as players outside of that top two currently continue winning, that will give them more time to catch up. And once you're live, you only need one win to take it all down. So, still plenty of opportunity to put up results. And it starts by denying wins from Pavlov and Witcher as we get set up for our next lobby. We know at the very least that if neither of those players wins, we are going to have 3 players guaranteed qualified next round because Aaron Gertler is live with any number of points. 8th place means that he moves up to 25 points. Wait for Godot needs at least a 7th place finish, needs to match what he did in the previous lobby if he wants to get to live. Nuclear Goo, a 6th place finish would get the job done for him. Red Rain does need to finish in the top 4. So bit of a bigger ask for Red Rain, but there are 4 players live to be live here and 2 players that we will be focusing on as our players that are in fact live. That's Witcher and Pavlov. We're going to go into a game as soon as we have it. I hope we can get a chance to watch Witcher and see if he can get the job done here. This is getting really exciting, Yuck.
Absolutely. And let me apologize. It looks like the leaderboard that I was referencing is not matching up with the leaderboard that is actual one that was being shown. So sorry for any confusion there. But yeah, still Witcher and Pavlov are the ones that are live. And so, yeah, we'll have several storylines to keep an eye on. I'm not yet sure which one of these players we're going to spectate, but no matter who we spectate, we're going to be on the edge of our seat. This tournament could end literally at any time. And as soon as they're ready to go, I can't wait to get into the next round.
Yeah, the number of live players is going to continue increasing round after round. We saw one the previous round, two this round, at least three next round. And each round we go gets more and more exciting as the list of players that can win to keep it going shrinks down. We'll see if Witcher, who I believe is the player we are going to watch, is going to be able to get the job done this round. And we are just waiting for the lobby to get started. So thank you for bearing with us. Now, while we have a moment, we've talked about the hero changes. We talked about this a good amount yesterday, but let's talk about the treasure changes that came in this patch. We saw Curse Throne down to 2, a buff that I would say Royals needed, being able to get that Curse Throne early, maybe get some early scaling, as well as be able to get it from your Cinderella. I think that is a buff that the composition definitely needed, a buff to Miri as well as a hero. But I think the bigger changes are really within that 4 to 5 range. And I want to talk about Summoning Portal specifically moving up to 5.
Yeah, you mentioned Curse Throne. We actually saw a spot yesterday where it could have maybe been picked, and it still wasn't chosen, even as a level 2 treasure. We haven't seen it played, I don't think, in this tournament. But the level 4 and level 5 treasures, the changes there have been impactful. We've seen Helm, Gosling Helm. We've seen it played a couple of times. We've actually seen Summoning Portal more than I would have expected. It moves to level 5, and also it gets buffed to +2/+2. We have seen some interesting spots with Summoning Portal, and it definitely feels more playable. But one thing that's very impactful, and we haven't really found the spot to talk about it, but the fact that now Horn of Olympus and Evil Eye, both on level 5 and competing with each other, makes it harder to assemble the combination of the two, which by that being the case, makes each one of them a bit weaker just by itself because they work so well together. So we haven't really seen the prioritization for Evil Eye or for Horn that we would have seen in the past.
Yeah, I think something that definitely is playing heavily into how we're seeing these treasures prioritized now is the fact that you can't set up for Evil Eye or Horn on level 5 by finding the other one while you're tripling 4 drops at level 4. You have to find both at the same time, which it splits up that progression a bit. On the other hand, Summoning Portal, well, you're now getting it from units that you want to have summons anyways, which is something that wasn't really the case before. But with Baby Bear at level 5 and with 3 Big Pigs at level 5, if you're tripling these units and suddenly finding a summoning portal, well, you're already in a position to take advantage of it. And that means that when the units that are finding it are giving you that powerful treasure, there's more opportunities for you to pick it. And of course, the power buff it got from being moved up to a 5 has really not been a joke from what we've been seeing.
Monty, it looks like we're getting the lobby started. If we can hop straight in.
We absolutely can. And taking a look at the hero choices for Witcher here, needs a win. We see a Merlin, an Apocalypse, a Mad Catter, and a Morgan. I know what I'm doing, Yuck, but I want to hear what you're doing first.
Well, we've seen Merlin a couple times today, but I'm not going there. I might swing with an APOC here. Morgan, pretty solid and more consistent, I would say. But I feel like APOC has the first place kind of attitude that, when it works, it's great. I love being proven wrong when casting. It's happened several times. Mad Catter wasn't one I was considering. What were you thinking there, Monty?
I was thinking APOC as well. I did not have the Catter on my radar. And already turn 1, there's an interesting choice. Cinderella, one of the worst Catter units, I would say, but you are offered the turn 1 roll into buy a buffed unit, and that's exactly what Witcher is going for. That is the dream Catter start, in my opinion. So already great. Now, with the Shard of the Ice Queen in the shop, you are able to use it on the Zebra Corn, plus a roll and buy a buffed unit again next turn. So this has been an excellent catter start as far as things go.
Yeah, some things definitely going well, and I think you're pretty happy to have this kitty cup purse. If it slays, you get extra gold. That extra gold could lead to being able to refresh the shop, which could lead to more catter buffs. That could be a very important shard that we just saw. We are in the unfortunate position of being at 35 health after one fight because of the forbidden fruit, but I have to say it was worth it.
It really was, and that is a tough loss there. Losing to a Humpty, considering the 3/7 unit will dominate every other unit in the game in that first fight. But that is how things go. And Aaron Gertler on the Fallen Angel, not slowing down, even though this lobby is more of a triviality for him, considering there's no amount of points that overly helps him here. It is purely for placement at the end of the day, assuming he doesn't win. And the Kitty Cup per slay, that is huge because you can pick up this pair or the spell if you really wanted to, and still have a roll for a buffed unit. So really, the amount of rolls that Witcher has been able to fit in into the first 3 turns of the game and to make maximum use of this Catter hero power is truly impressive.
Yeah, these things on our board having the extra stats is important. I think we're considering For Glory. The mem is pretty nice with the cup purse, but really only for the cup purse. And For Glory will buff the I'm wrong again. But I was gonna say For Glory, when you have these buffs, potentially giving you a level 3 character as we level this upcoming turn, but actually going with the Minotaur, moving the cup purse to the back row, possibly hoping to get 2 cup purse slays in a single fight.
Hoping to get 2 Cupper Slays indeed, and there is one, and there is two.
Yeah.
Witcher is having a game right now. You get 2 Slays, you get this shop offered to you. That's a magic research plus a sleeping princess. I don't know if I have the willpower to pass that one up. And I think this might be a turn where we don't see Witcher use their hero power, as I would love to see the sleeping princess woken up with the magic research plus a water wraith here. How do you feel about the gold progression this game?
Yeah,
This
there are a
turn?
lot of options here. I think you can go multiple ways with this. You know, you can roll and hope you hit the catter buff on a target that you want. Yeah, you can take the sleeping princess with the targetable spell in the shop. It's guaranteed to be strong. But then what do you do after that? Well, you know, the poly catching a buff, I don't need much of an excuse to buy and play a polywoggle myself. It looks like that is enough for Witcher to play it. If we can get an early level 4 character, we saw a pretty bad start last game when we were spectating Pavlov. This is the opposite. This feels like an amazing start for Witcher this game.
Yeah, this is absolutely an incredible start. And getting that buff on the polywoggle, as you mentioned, most players, especially at the high level, are very happy to play a 1/1 poly if it means that you have a positioning that you can use to leverage it. And here, finding a
Wow.
4/4 poly and then getting it into a buff Sporko, this is just, dare I say it, the dream start when you need to win a game here.
Wow. And there's a level 3 pair, which can be quite strong. Maybe we're going to pick that up. So, yeah, not only do we get a Sporko, which is amazing this early, but the Sporko has the buff that the poly caught from the Catter hero power. So it's actually a 6 attack, 5 health Sporko. The Black Cat works very well in front of the Sporko, and we are going to pick up the pair. Wait a minute, Monty. We can't pass that.
Say it ain't
Buying a poly.
so.
We are buying a poly.
Minotaur
We're playing it
down.
in front of the Sporko, right? Or are we going to hold it in greed?
I think that is the current consideration. Are you playing an 08 or are you just going to get another 4-drop? And I love this. I adore this line here from Witcher. This game is Witcher really displaying that he is dialed in.
Yeah. Yeah, let that poly eat. Let's get it in front of the Sporko. 8 attack, pretty decent chance if it attacks that it will be able to slay. If we can have 2 4-drops early, we don't. Did I jinx it? Maybe that's the caster curse. But I was gonna say also will be puffed because of the poly catching the catter buffs repeatedly. Unfortunately, we run into a vampire, which is getting multiple attacks and gaining a lot of stats.
Yeah, that vampire got like 4 slays that fight. That was a lot of growth for an upgraded vampire there.
We'll have to decide now if we want to leave the poly in. And now we're on a 0.2 turn, 3.2. So this is not the ideal turn generally for going for a poly slay, because if you wait till next turn, you could try to get it to slay and potentially get a level 5 character instead of a level 4. We're certainly looking for a triple if we can get the princess triple. What else do you think we're looking for? Well, it looks like we're going to pick up a sure shot, which is pretty good when you throw it in front of the Sporko.
Yeah, it's really just stats right now. We saw the buff Princess White get picked up, then the free roll giving you your hero power again. That's a buff sure with Sure Shot getting picked up. Just maximizing stats to the board right now. I think Witcher is understanding that that is the Catter game plan at the moment. You can worry about cohesion and synergy at 4.0 and going onwards when you really start finding those synergy units. At the moment, just put maximum stats, try to get a win. You did just take some damage, and you do want to stem the bleeding. You're at 27, which is not too bad, but you're still second lowest in the lobby. There are a lot of healthy players, so the early game is going well for a lot of people, and that means you want to make sure you're maximizing your power each turn.
Yeah, 27 health is not ideal here, but you have to go back and remember that we took 5 damage on turn 1 between a forbidden fruit and losing to an egg. Considering that, we're in a pretty good spot. We aren't taking damage this fight. We've seen a True Love's Kiss by this opponent as well as the opponent prior. Wait, can we golden this poly? We have to try.
We have to try has been declared. I don't know if I'm in the same boat, but I think Witcher is. And you see a unit sold, you see the poly picked up. I don't know if we are going to indiscriminately pick up buffed units anymore. So that lucky may be let go. We'll see what ends up being the choice here from Witcher. And it is the Amy actually picked up without a buff. It is a dwarf. Maybe we'll see both dwarves picked up just because of the fact that you have this Princess White, actually. But there is also a Candy Cannon now, and yeah, both dwarves picked up. So this is the angle. Now another buff dwarf. What is happening right now?
I didn't foresee this going in the dwarf direction, but when the Catter is offering and buffing the characters to push you that way, and you already picked up the Princess White because it got buffed by Catter, maybe you keep going that direction. I say with the poly, we didn't golden it this turn. I think now we do hold it in hand in case we can golden it. We are playing for first place because we need a first place to win the tournament for Witcher. So, okay, actually going to play the poly here. I like this okay as well. Not try to be greedy with it, but not too greedy. Finding that line can be very important to navigate your way to a win. And Witcher hoping for the poly slay this turn.
Yeah, I'm a little sad that we're not getting the double sell into the pumped bossy, but it does make sense. And Conquer on the Merlin is having a dwarf start of their own. And it does look like that upgraded doubly is going to be enough to get the job done here. A Brave Princess Slay as well for Conquer. So decent start to the game for them, which are falling down to just 18. That cost reduction falling on a Lady of the Lake, but I don't think you're really looking. I'm proven wrong. I was going to say you're not really looking to spend money on a unpumped unit at the moment, but the Lady is picked up for 2 gold. Does say no to the second lucky. Now the buff landing on a Heartwood Guardian. Don't think that is what we're looking for. So I believe the rolling will continue and not hitting anything of value now. So this has been a rougher couple of rolls here for Witcher, and we'll see how this ship can be righted.
Yeah, this is the type of game that can leave you scratching your head a little bit because it felt like we had such a good early game, but we're at 18 health. How can you have a good early game and still be at 18 health? Well, that's the position that we're in. We've seen a lot of Merlin play today. We saw the Merlin that we just played against had Merlin's hat already, as well as they got the second Brave Princess Slay, and they had a pair of Spellweavers. Merlin is hunting hat ball, certainly. We luckily pick up a Gingerbread Knight, but this feels like a pretty weak turn, and we've missed on the poly slay a couple of times. It feels like we're falling behind a bit.
It definitely does. There is an upgraded, not upgraded, but there's a buff Medusa in the shop now. That is a unit that you are happy to pick up, especially with the extra stats. Poly is denied a slay yet again, and if anything is worrying for Witcher, it is the fact that Pavlov on a hero that can definitely win the lobby with a good game, on Zelhua, is sitting at 34 health, and you are going to lose this fight to him as well.
Zelhua plus XP as well, and healthy is terrifying, especially in this situation where they are live and trying to win the lobby. They are on level 5.2 now, and I think everybody in the lobby needs to pay close attention to that. Now, you're not necessarily able to do anything about it, but you have to try. We do pick up the Medusa you were talking about. We need more, though. We need more than that. We need a lot more, in fact. I don't know where we're going to find it. We're
That
going to
was
buy a
Fanny with a
Fanny.
buff. That was
Okay.
picked up. Now a roll. Chicken with a buff, maybe not what we're looking for.
No, it's not ideal, but you only have 2 gold remaining. Maybe you can find a combat spell. This is a bit of an awkward situation because we need to survive another turn, but we also need to win the lobby. How can we do that? So finding the lines between being greedy and being able to survive each turn, it's tricky. So we're locking here. Are we locking for the Fanny? Are we ever taking experience? I don't think we can take experience, but if you want to go only for that first place mindset, maybe.
Yeah, I think the lock may have been a bit ambitious. So you do see Witcher reconsidering that as the unlock happens here. Probably going to let the shop go and hope 5.0 does treat him better. But this is concerning, right? We had that excellent early game, and it really feels like at this point the wheels have well and truly fallen off. Now having our Amy slayed by that Southern Siren, giving away a copy, it does look like this fight might at least be winnable, thanks to our beefy front line. Well, I say
Yeah,
that. Okay, it is
we
winnable,
get
just
there.
barely, but all right, that stems the bleeding a little bit, and we have our first casualty. It is Takemoto. Their poor day, unfortunately, continues falling down in 8th place. Now, Witcher does pick up a second Fanny. There is also a second Gingerbread Knight, so hoping to get some help from a potential triple, ideally with Mad Catter stats on it if possible. Now a pair of Fairy Godmothers in the shop. Don't think you can pick those up. And we may continue rolling, hoping for a triple and maybe to get some treasure help here.
There's another Sporko if you want to pair game, but we've got enough pairs already. We're going to opt for Ha Ho. Tweedle is a pretty solid pickup when you have supports.
Yeah,
So
double Fanny with a Tweedle. You're not complaining about that.
Yeah, we're pretty happy with that. If we get good fight RNG, if the Medusa gets to attack, if the
Second
Amy gets
Tweedle.
to attack, our comp isn't bad. But the Medusa and the Amy both need a chance to attack to really see the full potential of what this board can do. And we are against wait for Godot, who's sitting at 37 health in first place on a win streak. I don't know. We're going to need some good fight RNG, I think, Monty.
Yeah, we are going to need some good fight RNG, but never say never. It does look like the Medusa has actually moved back to position 5, as we have seen it so many times before. Something's getting moved around here. It is the double supported Tweedle still, and we are on the 5.0 turn. Godot has had quite a good game for himself as well, though. We do see the Medusa hit the Amy, dodges the Tweedle, denies both Chupacabra their slays. And if this Medusa can go in the middle,
Wow.
That's step 1. Now you still need some attack position to go right. Unfortunately, doesn't get it after that smaller Fanny goes down. So that is going to be a loss, but not a devastating one for Witcher. Still alive and kicking, though doesn't have a loss to give anymore and no way to gain extra health after casting that Feed the Kraken. So lose is death at this point. Now, second Tweedle picked up. Gingerbread Knights tripled, getting that larger unit, and finally the first treasure of the game. Curious to see if we are going to see this doubly picked up, and it looks like the answer is no. I like that discipline. Another Medusa in the shop, as well as a buffed Rotten Apple Tree. Curious if you can go in that direction. What do you think?
I think this is tough. I think this is tough. Your board doesn't feel super strong, so you like adding some scam. The buffed apple tree is nice because it just slots there in slot 4. The Medusa also pretty nice. I think if you hadn't already played a spell this turn, the lightning bolt would be tempting because you're trying to survive. It feels like we've had some okay turns, but we're at the spot where these okay turns, we hit a treasure, the gingerbread knight being combined, it's a lot of stats, but the three of shields, it doesn't feel like it's going to be the most impactful. And we aren't going to take the Medusa or the apple tree. We are going to buy another dwarf.
All right. Well, Princess White down to just one proc on the quest. Witcher down to just 6 health. Lose and die. Gets a good attack. Medusa does not hit either Tweedle, but I am concerned about that range backline. Hat Ball already assembled for Red Rain on Rumpelstiltskin, and I think this is the end of Witcher's bid here for this lobby's win. They are going to go down. I think we are going to break tradition, and we're going to swap over to Pavlov as our other live player and see if he is able to get the job done. This lobby is already down to a top 4, and we have a very healthy Zalhua still. So anything is possible. Let's see if Pavlov can get the job done here.
Yeah, we would have loved to spectate that hat ball by Red Rain, but yeah, this is the storyline we really need to track. That's Pavlov, who is live to win and on a hero that is very good in the late game and has 35 health and has a board that already is pretty scary and can continue to buy things cheap because everything costs 3. So if you can be picky on this hero, you can assemble what looks like it's going to be a tree comp for now. I would say is more of a pumpkin comp, but there's a fine line between the two. You can transition pretty easily from one to the other. I have to think if we see in Ashwood, like for 3 costs, we can probably just take the Echo, even though we don't have the Ashwood yet. Opts not to, maybe takes it later. Also looking for triples. If we can combine the Green Knight and not to mention with this pumpkin, that's in the Ambrosia slot. So that's going to be a lot of potential damage that we can deal to a very healthy opponent.
Pumpkin in the Ambrosia slot indeed, and you have to mention how much work this Corrupted Heartwood is doing. There are 4 units on this board that would normally be good that are evil and counting for the Pumpkin right now, which is absolutely massive. Getting the first attack with the Medusa, that's a transform. Now seeing that is going to be a slave for the Siren. Double Medusa, thanks to the Baba Yaga supporting that Siren. Those are going to be huge, as that is a unit denied from the Pumpkin pool. The Pumpkin at least dodges the Medusa, but multiple units have been Medusa, so only 4 summons for this upgraded Pumpkin, and there is still a Pumpkin waiting on the other side here from Wait for Godot. So it is looking to be a loss for Pavlov this time around, trying to mitigate as much damage as possible, but still 11 taken. And Godot is back with a vengeance as we are down to a top 3. Red Rain, Pavlov, Wait for Godot, all alive, all fighting, and I believe with a top 3 finish, all of these players are going to be live next round to get the win. For this round, it is still just Pavlov, the player that we are spectating, that is live to win and win the entire thing.
I can't call this one, Monty. We know Red Rain has Hat Ball, so that's very scary. We just lost to now the grandmother who switched out of Headless Horseman into the grandmother. That's scary because they have a pumpkin comp that loves that. With all that being said, how about some treasures? Yes, you love staff on Zelhua. Here's a level 6 treasure, Phoenix Feather, one of Weirding. I think you got to go box here. Yeah, Phoenix Feather, if you're playing trees, is great. I want to go box. What do you think, Monty?
I think you have to play to win. Considering any other result except the win doesn't matter for you. You pick the staff to win. You pick the box to win. I love this decision making. I criticized Pavlov a bit in the previous game. I said that I thought that he was playing it too safe in a position where you need to be making big splashy plays, knowing that you have to win or you're done. And I think picking these choices, this is playing to win. I love this pivot from Pavlov.
Okay, well, we have a decent amount of health to work with, and that might be a good thing because we lost the pumpkin very early, and there are a lot of golden characters on our opponent's board.
Yeah, a decent amount of health indeed. Fairy Queen's one not ideal. Now there's an Ashwood Elm. That's what we were looking for. That's going to slot nicely into the Ambrosia slot. Now, with trees costing 3 gold and Staff of the Old Toad, I think this pivot is very much possible between the 2 turns that we have because of this ghost turn. And I think Pavlov needs to go all in on trying to assemble the best version of the trees comp possible.
Yeah, completely agree. And you have two True Love's Kiss targets if you want to go that route as well between the Nian and the lands. But yeah, you're trying to assemble trees, no question. You're not super happy about the level 7 treasure that you got. You're hoping for better, but it does something, right? When you have a pumpkin comp, things that summon from your pumpkin, getting bonus stats. Sometimes, especially when you end up in a mirror match with now what we know is Wait for Godot playing Big Bad Wolf, getting bonuses to their pumpkin summons. Sometimes that will matter. But hopefully we just get into the tree comp and the extra stats are not as meaningful, but we're not really finding the pieces this turn.
Yeah, definitely not finding the pieces this turn indeed. Fortunately, does again have the ghost turn. There is one of the key pieces. That's an Echo Wood. Likely see the monster book sold out for it. Nope, we see the Nian sold. I would
Yeah,
have liked to keep the Nian just as a kiss target, as you mentioned, even though considering you already have one, the need for multiple is reduced quite a bit. But this is the first fight that you assume you're definitely going to win. So that gives you another full turn with Staff of the Old Toad and the Zelda Hero Power to try to get this trees comp fully off the ground. And it feels like you're almost on your way. Just need one more Burn Beard, one more Ashwood Elm, and things really get rolling.
Yeah, with staff and Zelhua combination, you can get a lot stronger really quickly. Not even in a full turn, sometimes in half of a turn, you can make your board incredibly strong. There's a Medusa. I don't know that we're in the market for it. I think we should maybe be going more for tree pieces. But when your opponent is running Scam, which we know we're going to be up against a pumpkin on that side of the board.
And Godot just beat Red Rain, by the way. Red
Yeah,
Rain's board was huge, and Godot easily crushed that fight. So that is terrifying. Now finding another Echo Wood, that's exactly what you're looking for. Pumpkin, I don't think is where you want to be. Yes, it only costs 3 gold, and yes, it is an avenue to level 6 treasures, but I think you need to get these trees off the ground.
what about the Doom Breath? There wasn't a golden pumpkin that we saw last time we fought Godot. Is the Doom Breath going to be big enough to potentially disrupt that pumpkin?
I think that's exactly what Pavlov is considering right now, and it is going to be the Doom Breath picked up. That's an excellent call from you. I do love that. If you are able to disrupt that pumpkin, there was an not Echo, sorry, there was a Knighthood, but not really something you want. And honestly, I would just replace this pumpkin with this Echo Wood. I'm not sure why we're playing the pumpkin in this spot.
Well, I think we're playing the pumpkin because we expect Scam, and the big stats against Scam is not always ideal. Maybe you get more summons, but you open yourself up to the Siren stealing the pumpkin. We did not want that.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I'm a bit lost for
gotta hurt.
words. That's painful.
That Cupid as well is all right. At least it doesn't get the 2-for-1 value that you're used to seeing from Cupids, but these double pumpkins are certainly going to spell doom here for Witcher, and that means, my friends, we are going to be seeing another round at the very least as this lobby continues. Winner denied once more, and that is Pavlov going down in third place. We have Godot versus Red Rain in the finals. We're going to swap over to the Wait for Godot point of view and see if he can get the job done against Red Rain.
Yeah, Godot able to play spoiler here. Everybody that is not live currently, actually everybody is happy at this point, aside from the player that we were just spectating. Everybody else is happy that we're going to get more actions. Can this scam comp continue to beat the hat ball, which now is Mrs. Claus? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I believe we saw Godot dream into Mask last turn, and the first of the dreams, or sorry, Mask the previous turn, end that first turn by turning into Mrs. Claus. We'll see what the end of this turn, after all the Hatball shenanigans were done, is going to result in. Godot has cast fog this turn, I believe.
Yep.
So that is targeting the hat ball comp that we know Red Drain does have over there. And we'll see if this is going to be done in one or if we're going to go longer. That is a 625, 406 doubly, and that is a disaster.
Yeah.
Your fog, one of them, landed on the Cupid. The Cupid still attacked. You lost your Medusa, and it's not going to be Red Ray going down. It is Godot taking 20 damage there.
Yeah, that was a really good spell to play with Wand of Weirding, but you did not want to hit the Cupid. That was tragic. And then you take a lot of damage. We were very healthy going into that fight. We now have 17 and potentially die this turn. We do play Pigo, which is going to be played twice thanks to that wand. That's going to be very, very strong. But we're going to need this Medusa to attack. It didn't last fight. That could make a big difference. We didn't really get any pumpkin value. So we're going to need some good fight RNG along with this Pigomorph. And I guess the good news, well, is it good news? I was going to say maybe, but Red Rain switching to Celestial Tiger with Hat Ball, that's even more powerful.
Yeah, this double Pigomorph is going to need to be massive. Of course, you do see that Soul Attack coming in to protect this back line from the Cupid that we saw in the previous fight. This is the best attempt to try to protect your pumpkin, as that is going to be your best way to still win this fight. And the double Medusa, you do have those for the very large units being presented by Red Rain, but it does feel like there is a very scary board on the other side, depending on where these Pigomorphs go.
Okay, one Cupid. There's still another Cupid. No, there isn't. Both Cupids catch the Pigomorph.
And the Medusa dodges. However, the Scion is left alive. That is going to eat all of your front line. Spared, really, by the Medusa from the other side, getting you out of a bad attack sooner. And that is actually going to maybe be the difference here. Not enough pumpkin summons. So hoping to get back around again, not going to be the case. So this is going to be another loss here for Godot. Red Rain taking it down. And Godot is down to just 5 health.
I have to say, in a fight where you played double Pigo and your Medusa did not attack into one of those Pigos, so you got Medusa value, you got your back row Medusa value, both Pigo targets were okay, and you still lose the fight? That's got to be deflating. I will point out, this fight here, this round, at this point, doesn't really have a lot of meaning long term. Both of these players will be live next round. Neither one of these players are live this round. So they're just battling because they want to win here. Is a Golden Siren a way to try to get there? Well, you wouldn't mind replacing the Dancing Sword treasure, but the Siren's probably not the way to get there. A double Pigo wasn't enough last round. You probably need to at least try for another Pigo. Potentially a Fog could do it.
Well, I will say that your double Pigo, I think, actually maybe hit the worst 2 targets last fight in the Cupids, because you're playing the Soul Tax specifically. Well, there's a double Fog. You're playing this Soul Tax specifically to counter those Cupids. It's the other units that you're really having trouble with. So the fact that your double Pigo hit the 2 units that you're already trying to counter on board with another unit was a little tragic there for Godot. So we'll see if this fight things go better. And this time you've hit 1 Spellweaver, 2 Spellweavers. Cupid has been annoyed. That's not the Medusa hit you wanted, and that's not the Cupid hit you wanted. I talked about countering the Cupid, but say no more, as Red Rain just dodges the Soul Attack expertly. Yikes. And I think this is going to all come down to this pumpkin. What is in the box?
Well, there's a Cupid, but it's in a pretty bad position in slot 4. It doesn't feel like this is going to be enough. I mean,
it's getting the attack. It didn't go into the Medusa, unfortunately. So that is, I think, going to solo carry the fight. And that is going to be the win going to Red Rain. So we have a winner in our 5th lobby. And Yukmouth, we have another round to come. I believe there are now 4 players live. Excuse me. There are now, I believe there are 4 players or 5 players currently live for winning. However, what we're going to do is we're going to take a break because we need some time to recoup. And I, unfortunately, have to hop out. So we're going to cut to a short break. On the other side of this break, I'm going to leave the stream in the capable hands of yourself and Horsethief to close out the rest of the day. We don't know how many more rounds it's going to be, but I'm sure the action is going to be great. I'm certainly going to be watching. I wish you and all the players the best of luck, and you will go over that leaderboard and bring round 6 on the other side of this break. Thank you, my friend. It's been a pleasure. And for everyone else, we'll see you on the other side.
And
Well.
we're back.
Monty might look a little different. Hey, everybody. It's good to
Yeah.
be here.
Big shout out to Monty. Thank you, Monty. It's always a pleasure casting with you. Thanks for your time and your insight. And now we have Horsethief. I also enjoy casting with you, Horsethief. I'm happy to have you. And what a great time to be subbed in, to be brought in. We have 5 players that are live. We're getting right down to the nitty gritty of it. I'm guessing you've been watching. Do you have any hot takes as you come into the coverage?
There was one thing, and actually, there's lots of things. There's lots of things, but there's one thing that popped into mind, and it's something that I would love to see play out here. I didn't realize we'd be in a spot to see it play out, but there's one player in particular that I watched. Yesterday, we saw a lot of very strong performances. Multiple people got 3 wins. Multiple people got 2 wins. The people in I'm talking about the folks who made top 8 and are playing here today. One person out of the entire cluster didn't have a first place and made the top 8 yesterday. One person battled back the entire day long. And right now they are not currently live. And I'm not actually going to share that information quite yet, but there's one person in particular that I'm really tracking. And if they win, a couple of lobbies, all of a sudden this race could look a lot different.
Yeah, you're talking about Takimoto Haifumen, which I pointed that out yesterday. I thought that was a very fun kind of stat, if you will, because being able to do that well without winning a lobby means you are incredibly consistent. Just because they're not having the best day today doesn't mean that they can't recover thanks to the race format. And if we can pull up the leaderboard, we can go over the list of players that are both live and yet to become live. The ones that aren't live, well, Nuclear Goo and Conquer, Nuclear Goo will be live after this next round, no matter where they finish. Conquer has the potential to be live. Takimoto, who we're just referring to, does not have the opportunity to become live even after this round. So maybe we get a lot more games of Storybook Brawl. But if any of these top 5 players are able to win this lobby, it's going to be over, and we're going to crown them SBBTracker champ. We have Pavlov sitting at the top right now with 33. The points don't matter. It just matters that they're live. But just below that, we have Wait for Godot, Red Rain, Witcher, and Aaron Gertler. I believe we're going to spectate Red Rain this round, who we just saw win the last round, Horsethief.
I believe so too. This is a very interesting spot. We got 3 people that can't win the whole thing this time, but they can take first place and prevent anybody else from taking it home. So we're going to have a very interesting round right in front of us here.
Yeah, so we've mentioned that when a player is live, they have a target on their back. But when there are 5 players live, it's kind of hard to put a target on 5 different players. So navigating your way through this, both if you are live or if you are not, makes for some interesting decision points that don't come up when you're simply playing ladder. These players have played enough tournaments. They're going to know how to navigate these spots. We're going to be able to watch and follow along, trying to understand why they're doing what they're doing. As soon as the players are ready, Horsethief, I think I'm ready.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm good to go. I've been waiting for this. I've been watching all the coverage. I've been hanging out. I've been watching the games. I have seen so many Medusas.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
Yeah. And speaking of watching the coverage, thank you for everybody that's here with us today watching the coverage. Hopefully you're having as much fun as us. I know I'm a big fan of competitive play and being able to cast along with Monty as well as Horsethief. I know these players are really excited about being able to get back into tournament play. So hopefully you're enjoying it as much as we are. It looks like the players are setting up the lobby, so it won't be long now. We're going to get right into it.
Yeah. Oh, and it looks like we're so close. We're going to have this game so soon. I can't wait to see. We've had some interesting storylines between Pavlov almost taking it in the shortest amount of time you possibly could. Some of these late round just Medusas saving the day. We saw a copy boy. I did not expect that we would see a copy boy in the tops here.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Medusa. Something I'm going to say, I'm not picking a favorite here or cheering for anybody specifically. It would be interesting, though, if the player we spectate can go beginning to end in a lobby. So we're going to spectate Red Rain, as I mentioned. Let's see if Red Rain can do exactly that.
Excellent. And we're taking a look right here. I'm taking a look at Red Rain's hero select. Red Rain, pretty much snap picking a tiger. You got to win a lobby. You probably win a tiger. It's not half bad.
Well, on top of the tiger, how about a black cat and another black cat and a mim? What an incredible start. This is great on any hero to have black cat and mim start. When you can also pick up a pair early on tiger, that's amazing. Not the best spell in the shop, unfortunately. You don't love the free roll, but you're very happy to lock here.
Yeah, this looks like the sort of shop that you could see yourself winning some fights on level 2, which is a good spot to be in on Tiger because really you kind of have this lull period where you're waiting to make your first, you know, game-changing treasure, your first level 2 or level 3 that can give you a big power boost all at once. And we are seeing a Loki without an economy start, so kind of a bummer. When you pick Loki, you certainly are hoping for the shrink spell. But if you're in a spot with Tiger here, like this spot where you've got a pretty strong board on level 2, you're going to be pretty happy. Now, interesting decision. We had the opportunity to buy sell the happy little tree, clear it out the shop, make an open slot, so we see extra character at the start of next turn. But we're locking a free roll anyway, so we should be seeing a whole lot of characters next turn anyway. But
Yeah,
ultimately, we take a mim. We like the black cat mim.
I have to think Red Rain would go back and cycle that tree given the opportunity. I think just acted a little too quickly. I think there's no reason not to do that because I don't think you're ever buying the tree. Likely doesn't matter, but you know, a small thing, and sometimes the small things make the difference. We'll see going forward. I'd like to point out our opponent, Horde Dragon. This is a hero that I know you're a big fan of. You thinking Horde Dragon? We have a Peter Pants. We haven't seen a lot of that. Any heroes that you've got your eye on in this lobby?
There's some interesting. So you and Monty were both talking about all the updates because, of course, you were. Because I mean, that's exciting. I was curious. There's one piece of forbidden tech, and I saw someone actually pick. Wait, what? We got a fairy tale, a ring of meteors, and a skipping stone. Gotta imagine in this setting we want that fairy tale.
Yeah, skipping stone pretty far away from getting value. Huge if you can get there, but it's just too far away. So yeah, we take the fairy tale. You know, it's going to be solid for next turn. There's also a mem in the shop we can lock, and this is great that we have the free roll here because we will see extra characters in that shop as well as being able to free roll out of it if we don't want to buy any of those. So we're going to pick up the mem. It's going to be another pair, which is super powerful on Tiger, and now everything in our shop is going to have +2/+2 thanks to this fairy tale being doubled by the hero that we're playing.
Other thing that we probably could have mentioned, I suppose, is Pavlov on the Curse King. I didn't notice it right away, but we're fighting Curse King on 2/2. That's not a matchup you expect to win. I was thinking a little bit about if you consolidate the Black Cats that turn, you reduce your board strength just a bit, but you get to see the treasure right away, right? Yeah. But likelihood of beating a Curse King on 2.2 when they've had a little bit of extra gold to work with, probably not so high. So I kind of like getting that treasure, especially with the free roll and shop, because now we can start getting into Tiger's wheelhouse, which is level 3 characters. The level 2 treasures provide you a nice boost in power, but they don't take over the game the way a good level 3 treasure spike can.
I don't know. Speak for yourself. There is a dragon's nest that I feel like sometimes will take over my game, or a dark contract that sometimes. So I don't know. Tiger has a lot of. How about a locked chest? You don't think locked? Okay, so, but there are a lot of good options on Tiger. In fact, it's hard not to get some value. Even though Fairy Tale is probably not what we're looking for, it may be good. Looks like we're locking for an Ogre Princess as well as a good support. If I'm guessing, I think that's what we're locking for. We're going up against a player that hasn't lost any health yet, I believe.
Yeah, we got Witcher and Grandmother here. So no hero power, hasn't lost any health. That's a good start for Grandmother and pretty terrifying if you're anybody else.
Yeah, but they're not actually super strong, it turns out. And we're going straight into the next turn. We'll see if it is, in fact, the Ogre Princess and the Good Witch. Moving around some positioning. Yeah, you already have the stag. It's easier to put the stag in slot 2 when you can support it and give it extra health. Actually, just repositioning. So when you have 7 characters, often you do want the stag in slot 2. I think you can position this either way reasonably. Yeah. I don't have a strong preference.
Me either. I like the idea of us getting the next treasure before we get out of level 3. So getting the ogre in play early gives us a better chance of doing that because, of course, if it generates something, we might be able to triple it. But then again, I also like the stag attacking faster because that might just win us the fight. And if we can live long enough, we can make more treasure. You know what I mean? It's either way, hopefully we get the best of either world.
All right, so I asked you about heroes you see in the lobby, and you know, you may see where I'm going with this. There's a Loki in the lobby. I like to refer to Loki as my best friend. Conquer, not live. I got to be honest. I'm rooting for Conquer here. I want to see Loki win the lobby, and then I want to see us get at least one more game of Storybook Brawl action if we can. But everybody in the lobby, you know, has something to fight for here, either trying to win or to go that one extra round that I'm personally hoping for.
We do not get an ogre attack this fight. That is a big bummer. We shut down the creeper, but nothing over there was all that healthy to take advantage of it anyway. So looking like we're just barely going to edge out a win here. That stag attack, though, like I said last time around, if we want to win the fight, we want the stag to hit because we bothered to buy the stag. The only way that the stag applies a lot of power to the board is if that thing gets to swing.
Well, one of the things you want to do here is improve your board. The other thing is get closer or find treasures. We did both of those things. The stag is great here because it can play on board as well as it gives you a level 3 pair. And we had already talked about how strong that can be. This is a really nice utilization of the mim. If you put it in slot 1, it means it could absorb an attack, but it will not itself attack, leading the stags that are in slot 2 and slot 3 to be more likely to both be able to attack. I see a poly. I'm not saying it's a good play. Maybe you will go for the Brave Princess, though, actually, because of how important treasures are on Celestial Tiger.
You know, it's hard to pass a poly. I have a hard time ignoring a polywoggle, but also in a spot like this, there are some level 4 hits that you could get pretty early that could win you the game. We've opted for Brave Princess, makes a lot of sense, but imagine you get your hands on a Feasting Dragon, you get yourself a third Mim, you get yourself a Tiger Dragon's Nest. There are lines you could see. There are certainly ways that could explode and be phenomenal.
Yeah, because of the hero and because it has fairy tale buffs on it, so maybe it's not too late, even though it's a little later than you would ideally like to have it. You also have it behind Stag, which helps it be able to slay. And when you have it in the back row, sometimes it'll slay more than one time. Can this be the fight that maybe gets it accelerated if we can get an extra attack out of it? I don't know if it's going to happen, though.
So Takimoto gets a polywoggle flip. We get 2 Brave Princess slays. Taki gets 1. That was an interesting little setup sequence there because both Red Ray and our Wonder Waddle Takimoto opponent there, we both need to find things right now. All right, so we're looking at Crystal Ball, Haunted Helm, Telltale Quiver.
Well, Crystal Ball is, sometimes comp defining. We don't have the pieces necessarily right now to lead us in that direction. But we have the potential level 3 treasure coming as soon as this upcoming turn. Thanks to this Brave Princess, we have Crystal Ball. Even if we don't find Hat, which we certainly want to find it desperately, but you can always fall back on an Aeon once you hit level 5 if you pick up Crystal Ball. So we pick up a Lightning Dragon, which has pretty good synergy with the Stag because oftentimes the Stag doesn't get delayed in attack order, and that's really strong to have a Golden Stag attacking in slot 2, still at 4.0.
We just upgraded that 0 attack Mim you were talking about. This is so much better. Now, the 0 attack Mim does have the added benefit of sticking around and sometimes absorbing an attack so that one of your better characters can get its attack through. But in this case, it's the best of all worlds. Now, Lightning Dragon should go clear something out, get out of the way. Stag gets to hit. We've picked up a lot of utility. So we certainly cannot ignore incremental board improvements right now, but we also need to find a path to the non-linear board improvement. We got the Crystal Ball. We're hoping to get this Brave Princess quest. It'd be a big deal if we can. It's looking like it's a possibility with this start.
Yeah, we have Crystal Ball, but Nuclear Goo on Peter Pants also has a Crystal Ball. So they've got the first piece to the combo that they're looking for, which is the same thing it turns out that we're looking for. Are we going to get it? We're going to get to look at a treasure this upcoming turn. And unfortunately, these summons are going to be a little too much. We're going to take some damage. But what's his treasure going to be? This is going to be a very important decision here.
Big moment. Bad Moon, Sarcophagus, and Sting. Ooh, I love Tiger Sarcophagus. I love Tiger Sting.
Yeah, Bad Moon, though, if you can pick up a River Wish and you already have a Lightning Dragon. I mentioned before, we haven't seen a lot of Lightning Dragons or a lot of Soul Tack. I wonder if any of that has to do with the fact that the treasure changes with Evil Eye and Horn competing on level 5. That could have something to do with it. We are opting for the Sting, which is incredibly strong for a number of reasons. If you have summons, which maybe we end up with this Black Cat in slot 1. If you have a Feasting Dragon, Horsethief, if you will, or wait for it. What if we get a Poly? You can throw that in slot 1. So a lot of potential here for Sting. It's also really good in the late game with something like a Doom Breath or a Good Boy. We can't think that far ahead because we are down to 26 health. And we are facing that Loki that I have to admit I am rooting for.
I do wonder a little bit what we're staring at here. I got to imagine it was that Sporko. I got to imagine because that Sporko kind of fit this board a little bit, but looks like we're opting to move right along, triple up the Mim. Crown Atlas, Curse Throne, Fountain of Youth. Anything here you like?
Not so much. I mean, they're fine in the right spot, but this doesn't feel like the spot for those. So we're going to take the extra gold. We don't have a lot of time to work with here. So what are we going to do with our remaining gold? Are we going to get it spent? We are. We're going to spend it. It's not meaningful what we did that turn. Pretty bad turn, in fact, but at least we did utilize all of our gold.
Yeah, one thing that I noticed is that this stag is going to have a hard time attacking ever again, but it does have 15 health with that Good Witch, so it actually gets to with the Black Cat in that first slot slowing it down. But you already see the power of Sting having 220 attack, default Black Cats basically coming in.
Well, we've lost Conquer, as we've seen, which that's a player that wasn't live. So that means 5 out of the remaining 7 players are allowed to win. It's looking more and more like this could be the final round of the tournament. We are going to pick up a pair, which still has a lot of value on Tiger, even if we don't think we'll ever play that sure shot. What else are we going to do this turn, Horn?
Oh man, this is very exciting. Now, I kind of like chasing this hat a little bit more. We can get a lot of stats on the board really quick because the crystal ball on Celestial Tiger works kind of like a pseudo fork. Doesn't double up the spell, but it does repopulate the shop with 2 spells for every targeted spell that you cast. So if you get yourself in a spot where you got that hat, which is a -4 discount on Tiger with this triple Good Witch shown in the shop, and you get yourself in a spot where you can cast so many spells, they don't double up, so your board doesn't grow quite as quick, but you play so many extra spells that it kind of almost does.
Well, there are a lot of treasures on level 3, and if you're looking specifically for one treasure, it's hard to find it. There's no guarantee that we get offered that hat, which is certainly what we want to hit. The good news, though, is there are some really good alternatives. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I should say, we don't have to worry about that because we hit exactly what we're looking for. Now we got to jam some spells as fast as we can. Go fast. All right, Red Ring goes fast.
I love this decision. This is something that, as I have played more and more and more hat ball, if you get to the end of the turn and you've got a Feed the Kraken, aka Devour spell available, we're looking at Wait for Godot playing Horde Dragon Dwarves. It's a really scary board in some ways, but Red Raim's looking A-okay here.
Yeah, I don't think Red Raim's going to be scared of a whole lot right now. Red Raim's going to be playing as many spells as possible. Also, played free experience that turn at the end of the turn. And as you mentioned, we're going to we did lock the Feed the Kraken. So we're going to start with extra gold and continue to jam spells. We're picking up the Blind Mouse to try to get into Forking Rod, which is a really great combo. Not that Hat Ball already on Tiger isn't pretty broken. So we saw Red Raim last round take the win with Hat Ball. Can he do it again?
I mean, I think we see one Aeon Mage this turn and Red Raim sitting fairly pretty for the rest of this game. Now, that's not to say these lobbies are tough and these players play hard and they play a sticky game of Storybook Brawl. They do not just fall over to any given thing that happens. And Red Raim over here finding the triple mouse. Will Red Raim find the fork?
No fork. Fool's Gold, Moonsong Horn, Krampus Slay. You can maybe afford to get out of the Sting. It's not doing a lot. So yeah, opting to go for the Krampus Slay. Interesting. I like it. You're going to play the Shrivel. Now this Black Cat in slot 1 is pretty uncomfortable, if I'm being honest. And let me point out when you were talking about Aeon, it's often overlooked. At least I think it's probably overlooked. These are mages on the board when you look at the Good Witch of the South and the Mim. They are both mages, not necessarily the ones you want to play late in the game. But if you pick up an Aeon and start playing spells, it makes them even stronger until you can replace them. So we're in a great spot right now.
Yeah, we really are. The tricky part here is you get set up with something like this, and I've run into this actually. I had it last week, but I was playing a game. I got Hat Ball on level 3 before I exited level 3. And what are we looking at on Pavlov's side? We got some scam. We got some Medusas. We got Romeo, Juliet, a Cupid. Pavlov over here just scamming.
Well, Scamming also has Romeo and Juliet, which we haven't seen a lot of, but it looks like it is going to be enough for this fight. So we're going to take a little bit of damage. We're still at 20 health. There's a Spell Weaver. I have to assume we're picking up a Spell Weaver when we have that
looks
ball.
Pretty spicy.
No, we're passing it. Interesting. Okay.
The point that I was starting to make right as I got distracted by the fight was oftentimes you'll get that Hat Ball. Like I said, I had a very, very early Hat Ball. I ended up taking a 5th or 6th that lobby because at a certain point I fixated on building out my perfect mage board while of course casting every single spell I saw. But really what you kind of need to do in a spot like this, and what I think I'm seeing Red Raim do here, is just work with the board you got, incrementally improve it. When it actually, if you wouldn't buy a Lady of the Lake in this situation, maybe it doesn't make sense to pick one up right here, right now. Maybe you wait until you look at your board and you go, oh no, it fits perfectly. So I kind of like this patient approach, but we are going to need to get a little bit of something here working in our favor if we're going to win a fight and get this Krampus Slay, because we would like to pop that, get the extra money, and be off to the races next turn.
Well, we do play an Evil Twin on the Friendly Spirit that turn, so that gives us another level 4 pair to still try to go for that Forking Rod, presumably. In addition to having a character that doesn't mind playing on board here, we did make it to level 6. We have Krampus Slay alive, so even if we don't get a solid treasure from one of the opponents whenever we can win a fight, just the extra gold in the turn when you're trying to play a lot of spells can be quite impactful. Now we've picked up that Aeon. We do, as you mentioned, have some things we want to replace, but we're getting stronger every turn in like one way, shape, or form. With the Smite on board, is it enough to win this fight? We see a pretty solid tree board.
Yeah, Witcher at 6 already flipped into Grandmother, and lots of Robinwood. Only not a lot of big source of big health yet for this tree board, but definitely if this lives a couple more turns, easy capacity to get there, and Witcher's going to easily take Red Ram down to 12 here.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Losing a fight is not ideal, but taking that much damage is really tough because, you have to worry about dying every turn now from 12. If you're a little bit higher health, you could maybe survive another loss. It's possible from 12, but you have to be a little bit worried. So let's just make sure we get stronger each and every turn. We pick up another Aeon and spells, more and more spells, hopefully. We could, buy a 2-drop and then play Feed the Kraken on that. We actually buy both 2-drops so we can get the quest on the Cinderella, which is going to be plus gold. Once we play enough spells, it will be anyway.
Weirdly, we're looking at a spot right now where almost if that Cinderella, let's say, has a boiling beaker, we might replace our Krampus Slay for that.
Yeah, Krampus Slay can be pretty awkward, as we know. You want to get value the first turn you pick it up because you don't want it taking up one of your treasure slots. And, the longer you have it and it's not doing anything, maybe the less likely that you're going to be able to win the next fight. So we'll have to see if there's a decision to be made there. Maybe we can win this fight. We see our upcoming opponent is Aaron Gertler, a.k.a. Little Beep. They are on a couple game win streak or a couple round win streak here, but they are down to 5 health. So, we aren't as strong as I thought we might be once we picked up the hat ball combo, but we are progressively getting stronger. As I mentioned, we do have these mages in the back row, the Mim and the Good Witch. They have a lot of attack on them now thanks to these Aeons. It's like we're getting there, but are we getting there fast enough?
Yeah, the Mim and the Good Witch just now barely maybe being able to trade, but they're still very awkward because they're not ranged. And what are we looking at? This upgraded Bearstain. Pretty early on 6 for that.
Yeah, I feel like these lobbies, you don't even have time to breathe, and you look up and people are doing things like this. Wow, Golden Bearstein, as well as a good supporting cast. Red Ram out. I certainly wouldn't have expected that. This exactly what I was talking about. When you go down to 12 health, you have to be worried about exactly this. So we are going to spectate Aaron, aka Little Beep, and see if they can take this Empress P and this summon combo, and at 5 health, continue to win fights. Our next opponent is going to be Wait for Godot, also on 5 health. So we're really getting down to it here. It looks like this may be the last round. Let's see here.
So we've got Little Beep, Aaron, playing Ambrosia Bearstein, but no Bo Peep. I feel like we're missing an opportunity here is all I'm saying.
I can't argue. I don't know if it's a good opportunity, but technically it's an opportunity.
Yeah.
So after giving it a quick look, we do have one player that could play spoiler here. That's Nuclear Goo. If Nuclear Goo wins this lobby, we're going to go another round. If anybody other than Nuclear Goo who is playing the Peter Pants, if anybody else wins, this is going to be the final round. But they are the healthiest at 16 health, so maybe they can be spoiler. Maybe we're going to get more action after this as we continue to build what looks like more of a summons board, but yeah, I don't know. The Empress P is still nice with the Horn of Olympus. You have the Echo in the front row, which the Echo is great. You just want it to survive as long as possible. If it does, it's going to be a problem for your opponents. And I'd say we're looking good, but at the same time, at 5 health, you can't be comfortable.
I have to imagine we're locking to Dream to maybe explore other hero options now that our Phoenix Angel hero power has been expended. But let's see what happens. Wait for Godot on the Horde Dragon. I've been waiting to see this board again. Godot playing Pumpkin. Interesting. We've got an Excalibur on Godot's side, but not a lot of upgraded characters yet.
Yeah, but we do have a Doom Breath, which really hurts when you have Horn with summons and an Empress P that hadn't died yet. So that Doom Breath in slot 2 is not always where you see a Doom Breath, but from slot 2, it did a lot. Is it enough? Well, when this Shadow Assassin gets multiple attacks, when there's a Golden Oni on board, that definitely doesn't help your cause if you're Aaron Gartler here.
No, certainly not. Fortunately, no. Unfortunately, I thought maybe we could use that animal as a frontline blocker for that Medusa, but it goes down right beforehand, and we have no way of surviving that combat. Well, GG.
Yeah, wait for Godot with the kind of unorthodox slot 2 Doom Breath. It works out very well, and we're going to spectate wait for Godot now, who's going to have a ghost fight, has Excalibur, so you can turn this comp into a very strong comp quickly. It's going to be difficult to get any more treasures, as the current treasures are Excalibur, Ugly Gosling Helm, and, well, Deepstone Mine doesn't really fit the best, but, you know, there's a Herc, and if you think you can proc it this turn, I think you go for it. If you think you're going to have to play it more than one turn, wait, we don't have enough gold. Never mind. I'm getting ahead of myself here. We can't do it. We want to do it, but we can't do it, Horse.
Too excited for the Hercules. You did say it would be difficult to make another treasure, and you weren't wrong. And also then the Herc immediately showed right up. I don't know. No. We certainly have to respect the ghost. I do wonder if there was any universe on ladder, you might be able to get away with selling 6 there, playing 2 empty board slots. I do plays like that sometimes, but I don't think I would do it in this setting.
Don't we need to replace this triply? Or am I missing something? Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, we do replace it. We replace it with the monster, which is gonna be nice with the Oni. It was Godot just figuring out exactly what to play and where to play it. We found something. It's not a huge upgrade, but it is definitely something that we needed to replace.
Yeah, we're certainly hoping that the upgraded Oni keeps us safe against a ghost fight here. But with Medusas and Oni on the ghost side of the board, a Cupid and a Pumpkin, anything could happen this combat. Luckily, our Pumpkin doesn't die in the process of getting Cupided. So I think if things play out the way I expect them to, we should be safe here.
Yeah, it's looking okay here. I don't think there's likely to be enough scam on the other side. There is a couple of Sirens, but the Sirens aren't going to be big enough to actually do anything. Sometimes Siren can do some pretty nasty things in this type of matchup. So wait for Godot is going to make it into the next round, but we're not in the top 2 yet. We do see Nuclear Goo took damage last fight. So it feels like Witcher may be the one to beat right here. And that's our current opponent. That's pretty scary. There's another Oni. Are we going for more Onis, Horsethief?
I mean, this lobby looks like it's going to end in the next couple of rounds, so I'm curious. I would pick that Oni up personally. Okay, an interesting selection of Pup Beauty, King Midas, and Galahad. None of these really seem to do a heck of a lot more than Horde Dragon, except maybe Beauty.
Yeah, but we already have evil characters, so it doesn't immediately do anything. Maybe it could open up a play in the future, but not immediately beneficial. We do pick up the second Oni. If we get enough attacks, if the Medusas attack, obviously that's huge, even without the Onis. You know, if this mummy attacks, if we get multiple monster attacks, we're in good shape. But, you know, the Fight RNG is going to have something to say about that.
Yeah, we definitely need to survive one more turn to have a chance to get that Excalibur Good Boy fresh out the shop, and then we can be playing Good Boys and Pumpkins, you know, that sort of deal. But we need to, we have to be a little bit afraid here. I'm curious. I'm looking a 6 win streak for Grandmother Witcher, by the way, our next opponent. That is not comforting.
It's not, but, you know, Pumpkin has a chance against basically anything, especially when you have a couple of Medusas on the board. Let's see. It is Good Boys. You really hope you attack first here, and really want to attack into one of these Good Boys if possible, especially when you lose an Oni at the, oh, this is not good.
Directly into Pigo the Oni, directly into Medusa, down for the count. Both Good Boys get a chance to go. We are in a lot of trouble here. There's 150 plus health left on the other side of the board, and we don't have a Cupid.
Yeah, this Medusa is going to have to attack a bunch of times somehow, and it's not going to happen. Really bad fight RNG. We've seen Medusa so many times. How about Medusa in Witcher's Good Boy comp? Medusa everywhere. If you're not playing Medusa in a lot of your games, maybe this tournament will encourage you to do so. Well, we're gonna wait a minute.
It doesn't look like we have anybody to spectate.
Wait a minute. Okay. Well, that's a bit of an anticlimactic way to end it. But Witcher doesn't even need to go into the top 2. There is no top 2. Our remaining player died to the ghost, and Witcher gets there again with the Medusa on the good boy comp. Wow. I'm a little bit speechless.
That is just absolute. That game felt okay. So I'm still here, and I'm still looking at Witcher's end game screen. There's a Pandora's box. There's an eye-rail. The game felt like it was. There's not even. They're two good boys. There's a Hercules that hasn't been. Nobody finished anything. The game was still developing. It ended so fast. That was incredible.
Yeah, this lobby did play out very quickly. This is a strong comp, but yeah, when you look at any of these comps, it didn't feel like it was the same type of comp you would see at the end of a ladder game because it didn't go enough rounds. I mean, Red Frame getting hat ball and not only getting it pretty early and healthy when getting it, and on Tiger, no less, and still just not able to get strong enough fast enough. You know, when you're in a lobby full of players of this caliber, you know, every turn has to go really well. You have to make great decisions. You have to get a little bit lucky as well, if we're being honest. And Witcher does enough of these things. Big congratulations to Witcher here. And I'm not sure if we'll be able to get this to happen, but if we can get Witcher to maybe join us for a couple of questions, I would love to do that. So let's see if we can make that happen behind the scenes, Horse, while we digest a little bit what we just witnessed.
Yeah, I'm just it's kind of wild to me because we had a shot for Pavlov to make this, you know, a 4-game sequence, and I was sitting there going, "Oh, baby!" I was just excited for whoever won. The whole entire time, I was rooting for whoever was live to win. And even this game, like I was so torn between: do I want another game? Do we want a crown of winner here? But I just thought this was fun. This really felt good to wrap up the competitive play season this year, and I'm just really excited for Witcher taking this home. These games were incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I had an absolute blast. You know, I mean, I'm excited to have watched it. I'm kind of sad that it's over. And yeah, I'm checking kind of the behind the scenes. Let me go ahead and say shout out to everybody that helped make this happen. It was an absolute blast for myself. I know you didn't get to join me here in the booth for very long, but I know you said you were watching a lot of it. I'm glad you did get to join me for part of it. But thanks to everybody who made this happen, the SBBTracker team, Carlin for allowing to have this on his channel, as well as doing a lot of the production stuff in the background, for everybody watching, for the players. I had a blast. I look forward to more competitive Storybook Brawl play whenever that is, whatever that is. I can't wait for it. And yeah, I'm just keeping my eye on this to see if we can get Witcher in here. It looks like maybe we're going to be able to make that happen.
Yeah, it sure does. You know, I joined you today from the forest because I was hoping to see some trees, and we luckily got to see some trees today. So I'm feeling very good about that. The other thing that I had to talk about was, if we had another game, I had a couple analogies queued up because, you know, I filled in for Monty here at the very end, and Monty had just the most excellent analogies throughout the entire weekend.
Yes.
But you'll have to wait for those analogies for later, friend.
Okay, well, while we're trying to organize getting Witcher with us, let's take one last look at the leaderboard. We know who the winner is, but let's see how the points shake out, because the points will determine the placements beyond first place. And all of these players are not going home empty-handed. They're all going to win something. So congratulations to them. So yeah, we have Witcher taking it home. Again, congratulations to Witcher. If you want to go through the rest of it here, Horsethief.
Yeah, it looks like since it's going to be a little bit out of order, sort of, Witcher, of course, in first, even though it looks like in third. Pavlov looks like second place by points. Then Wait for Godot, our third place finisher. Red Rame coming in fourth. Aaron Gertler ending up with fifth, tied with Nuclear Goob, but it looks like maybe we got a first place tiebreaker. And then followed up with Conquer and Takimoto. What an excellent batch of players. What a group of, like, when I saw the name of the list of the folks who made it to top 8, obviously a couple of streamers, handful of streamers in the mix. We know those names and faces really well, but a couple of people that I bump into on ladder all the time know those names really well because they always come staring at me with a really strong board. But also players that we have seen all year long just show up for tournaments, play hard, get wins, play well, deal with adversity, deal with poor RNG, deal with good RNG, and every RNG in between. This really was an excellent batch for our finals here. I couldn't have been more excited to see any names on these lists more so than these.
Yeah, I think no matter who was going to take the crown, they can be very proud of it because of the level of players. They're all incredible players. We wouldn't have been surprised to see any of the 24 Not even talking about the top 8, but the total 24. I feel like any of those on the right day in the right situation could have won this thing. So for Witcher to be able to navigate that incredibly difficult field, possibly the most difficult field of players that's ever been fielded in a tournament, you could at least make an argument for that. Incredible. And all of these players that made the top 8 should be very proud. Thank you to all of the participants, both on day 1 as well as day 2. And yeah, thanks for allowing us to watch and spectate and try to follow your mindset. You know, I talked about several plays that was then kind of corrected or something, whatever you want to call it, from the player we're spectating. Just a disagreement. It just goes to show how complex this game is, how many decisions you're actually making each turn when there are a lot of people looking at the same thing and looking at it differently. Even you and I, Horsethief, can look at a lot of plays and disagree on it. I love that about Storybook Brawl.
That's got to be the best part, though. That's one of the funnest parts of watching any given stream to me. Even watching your stream, Yuck, is there are those moments where I see a shop and it's so obvious, it's so automatic, it's almost muscle memory. What I would drag from that shop, put on my board, you know, what I would, and then I watch you take a different line, and I sit there and I go, no, that's not the right line for a moment internally, right? And then I think about it and I go, well, I wonder how this line plays out. I wonder what it is that I'm missing that I'm not seeing. Because I love that, just like you just said, everybody that we've interacted with looks at the game differently. There's no two people who look at this game the exact same way. There are people who might have some more similar play styles, and you know, but that's just wonderful.
Well, we know that most of these players look at the game the same way when it comes to Medusa, but because Medusa here, Medusa there, Medusa everywhere. So hang with us just a little bit longer, everybody that's watching. We are working on getting Witcher in here for just a brief winner's interview. I really want to be able to ask a couple of questions. Hopefully you want to stick around to hear those. So as soon as we can do that, we're going to bring that to you.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Yuck, I don't have yesterday's scores in front of me. I'm looking only at today's, but I believe Witcher took 3 wins yesterday as well. I think Witcher has been on fire this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you're not just talking about wins. Like winning 3 games out of, say, 7 is already difficult, even on ladder. But when you're talking about in a field of players such as we've been watching, it's hard to imagine that one player can win, you know, nearly 50% of the lobbies in a given day. Yeah, Witcher on a heater, made a lot of good decisions. And I mentioned, definitely had some things go their way. You can't win in a situation like this without a little bit of RNG here and there. So, but did enough and got there. Certainly happy to take the crown. And I can't wait to hear Witcher's thoughts as soon as we get him in the call.
Couple of side notes, Yuck. Yesterday, we saw something that I did not expect at all. And I would love to know how much gold got saved up with it. But we saw a piggy bank. I did not expect to ever see a piggy bank in these games.
Yeah, I even mentioned it at the time. I was quite surprised to see a piggy bank because in lobbies, as we just saw this final lobby, how quickly it felt like it went. When lobbies go quickly, piggy bank is hard to get value from. You know, sometimes you might end a turn with 1 or 2 extra gold that feels like there's nothing you really want to do with it. You know, there's some value there, but to really try to greed the piggy bank and save 5 or 10 gold to get to those meaningful breakpoints, it seems so incredibly difficult. And I didn't expect to see that at all. Something else I definitely didn't expect to see. We saw Merlin, I want to say 4 times today.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. I'm guessing this is players trying to get into hat ball comps. And thinking Merlin, if they can assemble hat ball, will make that even stronger. Maybe that can be the differentiator between them and their opponents. We don't know what the other choices were for them to choose Merlin over top of that, but I certainly did not expect to see so many Merlin games.
The pros have spoken. They like Merlin. Who would have known? Not me. Other thing I was hoping for when I was hoping for on stream when I hopped in that I would get to see a Holy Grail with all the new art and all the new changes. I'm gonna admit to you that off stream I've been playing a lot of games prior to hopping in and commentating this. I know you jumped in a day prior, so you had even less time to play games and adjust that. But I was in there spamming games, going, okay, largely like, of course I want to win, but largely I just want to see all the new things.
Yeah, it looks like we may have Witcher with us. Can you hear us?
Hello, Witcher?
Okay, we don't hear Witcher yet, but Witcher, if you can hear us, looks like currently muted. We're going to get there, though. Bear with us. We're going to get there. This is important.
Yeah, we got some support on the back end helping us out, so they'll get it sorted for us. The other thing, Yuck, that was interesting to me, of course, and I was hoping to see a little bit more. We did see some of it. I'm really curious about the summoning portal. We did see it do some work even
Hello?
today.
Hi.
Oh,
hello.
hello, Witcher. Congratulations. Wow. What do you have to say? How do you feel?
Yeah, really great. Yeah, thanks for the casting also. Yeah, great tournament. Interesting last lobby, definitely. It was kind
yeah.
of a more on the slower side, the lobby. And then, yeah, I was surprised that I got there with Grandmother.
Yeah.
You didn't even get to see what was in the box. What do you think was in that box, Witcher?
Okay, I hope for Holy Grail, because if I lose the fight against wait for Dodot on the Hot Dragon, then I fight the Ghost next turn. So I was making just sure that if I lose that fight, that I have a different win condition, because I was pretty sure that I beat the Peter Pence at that point, because he didn't have Merlin's head, so he couldn't outscale me.
I love how deeply you had already planned that out, only to end in, well, there is no other round. I don't get to see what's inside the box. So let me ask you this. This tournament came on the heels of a big patch, which Horsethief was just talking about. We just had a big patch, a lot of new art. How much did the new board and the new art affect you?
Yeah, so I actually went to the Bahamas last week because I already booked my flight, so I didn't have much time to train.
Wow.
But yeah, just the last 2 days I just played normal lobbies, just to make sure that I understand the art. Had a headball for game, so was pretty familiar with the art. I think I did like 1 or 2 times mistakes where I mistook something, but it didn't affect me that much.
So apparently that's the secret. You want to win the tournament, first take a week-long trip to the Bahamas, come right back, cram for the tournament, and you should be in great shape. Oh man, I'm kind of curious, Witcher, if you had any spicy secret plans up your sleeve coming into today.
No, not really. I mean, I just looked at the leaderboard, tried to see, okay, which places do I have to go to get over the threshold, but nothing special. Just like, yeah, consistent play. Don't play too greedy. Just the normal stuff.
Well, Horsethief mentioned you were on a heater. You were just winning games left and right. You navigated a really tough field of players. Do you have any final thoughts about the overall experience, or anything that stood out to you the most?
Yeah, I mean, in general, I'm just glad that I got to play this tournament, because, like, yeah, like with the bad news 3 weeks ago, I didn't expect that, and yeah, it was really great to have again a really competitive field where to play. Yeah, really nice.
I have to
Yeah.
100% echo that. It is so awesome that this tournament happened, that we actually got to wrap this up, because it felt so incomplete prior to this weekend getting everybody together and playing these games out. So I'm glad that you shared that sentiment, because I feel the exact same way.
All right, Witcher, you are crowned the SBBTracker champ with the prize of $1,000. Big congratulations again. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Again, shout out to everybody behind the scenes, as well as Monty, who has, had to leave a little bit early. Everybody that made this happen, as Witcher mentioned, was very happy to be able to have this happen. Competitive play, be a part of a great tournament. Blessed to have been a part of it as well. Everybody have a great rest of your day. We look forward to more competitive play in the future, whenever that's going to be. Keep a lookout for that. We hope we can have more of that soon. Everybody, thank you for watching.
Thank you. Yukmouth, you said it best. There's nothing I can add. Thanks, everybody. This was Bye.